Good afternoon all. Rickman Gangadine, good afternoon to you. And blessed morning to you. Well, afternoon, I'm saying. Wazid, good afternoon to you as well, my friend Daniela Williams. Greetings. Kathy Belfond, good afternoon. Hi, Diane. Slimy Show, what's up with you? Jamun Alemu, Daniela Williams again. Neil Francois, always present. Good afternoon, sir. Claire Carrington, hi Claire. Thanks again for your continued support for the constituency. Ruben Rogers, greetings. The Patriot, Annette Baird, greetings to you. Alison Rogers. Nicola, my friend, greetings. Leslie Joseph Charles, Denise Bramble, hi Denise, Janice Batiste, Ann Niles, Kalita Springer, good afternoon to all of you. Jacqueline Phillips, Dexter Thwaites, pleasant good day to you as well. Ruth Schrood, Sedena Kwashi, Vivian Nicholas, Marissa Guevara Diaz, hi Marissa, Pearl Martin, hi Pearl, Sharon Frederick. So good rainy Sunday afternoon to all of you. Enyabo E, Trini Bree, what's the calling number? It's how long anyway? Is it 772-1763 or something? Yeah, I think 772-1763. I think it's been so long. So let me just check this here. Hi Jenny, Sharon Reddock, Cheryl Bishop, Judy King. Hi Anna, Anna Sisnet, Donna Walker, Gabriel Phillip. So let me jump into it. And it's already 1:30, and I guess the other folks will jump in. So it was an interesting week. We had the budget presentation, finally the long-awaited budget presentation, albeit what was delivered really wasn't worth the wait. I think our Form 4 economic students could have done a better job at a budget presentation than the theatrical production that we got from Mr. Tanko entitled TNT First, Building Economic Fairness Through Accountable Fiscal Policies. So there's the budget document here. All 66 pages that it took Tanko 3 hours and 15 minutes or 16 minutes to read. Large print now, yeah. So what happened on on Friday? The budget debate began and it ended prematurely, and the government is seeking to blame the opposition PNM for that. So anybody who was looking at the budget debate on the Parliament channel would have seen what took place. So the opposition leader would have delivered what I consider to be a very comprehensive response to the budget, and her response would have been crafted by contributions from several of us on the opposition bench. We would have, in doing our research for our submissions, there were certain articles and so on we may have come across, and we would have sent some of it to the staff who were working on the response. So it really was a collaborative effort among the members of the opposition to ensure that we had an effective response to the budget, and I think that is exactly what it was. And the opposition leader has gotten commendations from several quarters for her response. So after the opposition leader spoke, the budget debate began in earnest. And the first speaker for the government was MP Saddam Hussein. And rather than come and discuss the budget or to defend the budget from the perspective of the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs, which is his portfolio, he came to deliver some hot backs, as you say, hot bacchanal. right? To talk about news source, Rhoda Barrett, and how much money she would have earned while working for the government, working in the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of, and as a consultant in, I think, public relations or something like that for NLCB. You see, when there isn't much to defend in a budget, you have time on your hands to come and talk that rubbish. All of us, so we had, I think it's 50 minutes, 40 minutes by an additional 10 minutes or so. I ran out of time, and there was so much more that I needed to talk about, right? I wanted to talk about, I'd only reached maybe about 3/4 of the things that I had listed to talk about. And I had just gotten to the issue of the removal of VAT on 7,000 food items, that stunt that they brought for the second time. And you would have heard me start off my discourse on that by saying a joke twice is never nice. And that is a big joke. A big joke. And I ran out of time to be able to discuss the serious issues. But MP Saddam Hussein had time to come and talk about Rhoda Barrett and how much money she made when under the last administration and so on. How does that help the CPAP worker who was sitting waiting to hear the Prime Minister? Because the Minister of Finance on Monday announced during his reading of the budget that the Prime Minister would speak on Friday night and that she would come with this big announcement with respect to what they had in place for the displaced CPAP workers. In fact, all of us were waiting to hear this great announcement from the Prime Minister, because the Minister of Finance, while he was making his rounds after the budget, they go to various different post-budget conferences and so on. He was interviewed by the media and he was asked about that very thing, and he said, it's going to blow your mind. Wait and see when the Prime Minister announced it, it's going to blow your mind, this revolutionary plan that we've come up with to create jobs. So we thought it was for the CPAP workers, the URP workers, the reforestation workers, the WASA workers, the HTC workers, all the people that they fired, the contract workers across various ministries whose contracts would have come to an end and it was not renewed. All of these persons, over 50,000 persons who have lost their jobs over the course of the last 5 months. The Prime Minister was on no-show. She absented Parliament on Friday for the entirety of the session. We were there from 10 o'clock in the morning until 2:30 Saturday morning, when the budget debate collapsed. From 10 a.m. till 2:20, 2:30 a.m. the following morning, we were there. Where was the Prime Minister? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. We of the opposition, we showed up to do our duty. We had a public meeting in Belmont. As you know, it is customary for the PNM, when we have, after the budget, we would in years past, we would have had a public meeting at Pigot's Corner in Belmont. But of course, there was supposed to be some rain and all of these different things, and we were forced to move it indoors. And we had identified certain speakers, certain members of Parliament who would go to the meeting and who would speak. But given the fact that the government intended to go this late, all of us were not able to go. And so what happened was that those members of Parliament who were identified to speak would have gone to the meeting, said their piece, and they came back, right? They came back. So we had sufficient speakers to do the people's business while they went to Belmont to speak, and they came back in time. All right? So all who talking, they're saying that Kamala wasn't the Prime Minister wasn't in Parliament, but where Penny was, when the debate was going on, Penny leave, and Penny was in a meeting in Belmont. Yeah, she was in a meeting in Belmont because she spoke earlier on in the day. She was his first speaker, and she spoke for over 3 hours. All right? And the way the things were running, she could have afforded to run away for a short time and come back. She was within the precincts of the Parliament. At the time, she was in the office of the Leader of the Opposition in the Parliament, in the building. She has her own private office there, which is just off the caucus room. So she was there. All of the speakers were in the Parliament, within the precincts of the Parliament. And we had sufficient speakers to speak to be able to match that of the government up to a particular period of time. So what happened? As you know, we only have 12 members in the House at present because MP Robinson Regis is still recovering from surgery, and she would have sought leave from the Speaker to not attend sittings or to be absent. She requested a leave of absence from sittings for the rest of the year. All right, so she should be returning in the new session in um, in January. All right, so there are 12 of us in the house at this time against the government's 28, or as one person says, the government's 26 and 2 rubber stamps from Tobago. So even if we go one, which is how it works, so one on our side speaks, and then one on their side speaks, and then one on our side and one their side, and we keep going like that. We are outnumbered 2-1, right? So if we go like that, 12 on our side speak, and then 12 on their side speak, they still have 16 speakers. If we keep going like that, it means that we would use up our 12 speakers, and then they would have 16 speakers who will speak after each other and make representations which we cannot respond to because we already spoke. And therefore, it was not practical for us to continue going that way, 1-1-1-1, especially when the government came with a strategy to field their junior MPs, some of whom have never spoken in the parliament before, to have them speak, talk nothing of substance, and just to repeat, when UNC wins, this one win, and that one win, and only a set of fluff and praising Kamla Prasad and praising Tanku, the member for Claxton Bay, who was the last speaker, referring to Tanku as the finance czar. Finance czar, my foot. Rubbish. That was this is juvenile. All right, that is exactly what it is. Amateurish. When you go through, you deal with some issues, critical issues. Only one paragraph committed to that. But last year they wanted to kill Imbut. Imbut talked for 5 hours plus. Right, gave you great detail. Went into the numbers. Tanku didn't do that. He come with his 66 pages. Took him 3 hours and 16 minutes to read this. I figure a copy of that absolute garbage. There are 1 or 2 measures inside it that I could support. All right, but for the most part, it was garbage. As it was, misleading, lies, half truths, and the like. So when we realized after we had fielded 7 of our speakers and not one of the government's so-called heavy rulers had spoken yet, we understood and we recognized the strategy that they were coming with. Because if we had the next person to speak on our side was Hans Devines, and if Hans had spoken, then more than likely after him, they would have put David Thomas from Tobago to speak, right? Which left only 4 other persons on our side to speak, which is Marvin Gonzalez, Stuart Young, Colm Imbert, and Simon de Nobrega. That would have been it. And what they would have done, and they still had juniors in the parliament because they still had this guy from Mayaro, Nicholas Morris, who they would have probably put in to speak. They still had the MP for Naparima, Dr. Aina Ali, or is it Princestown? I think she's Princess. I'm not too sure. At Princestown or Naparima, which is the deputy speaker, right? Another newbie. She has not yet spoken in the parliament, even except for the opportunity presented to her on Friday for them to, the little stunt that they pulled to send the leader of the opposition to the privileges committee. But that's another issue to deal with because procedure wasn't followed, and in any event, it was rubbish. So they still had a number of junior persons who they could have fielded to shield the senior ministers like Munilal and Roger Alexander and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Utilities, who loves to get up and create bacchanal, the Minister of Social Development, Vandana Mohit, all of them, Julian John, all of these people, the Minister of Defense, Sturge, all of them were there. So why wouldn't they do it? At least if you come and give us 1 heavy roller and then 1 junior. But they were feeling all of the juniors to run out our numbers. And then once that had happened, all right, 2 things could have happened. Either the same thing that happened, they would have wrapped up the debate, or they would have just had their heavy rollers now come one after the other to speak and say all kind of thing, malign the PNM, and talk about the last administration, or make representations that were untrue, and we would not have had the opportunity or the forum to be able to challenge them on the things that they said. So, for instance, those of you who would have looked at my contribution, the first thing you see, I started my contribution by addressing misinformation that was thrown across the floor. You all may not have heard it because it might have been off mic, where as the leader of the opposition was wrapping up her contribution, the member of parliament for St. Augustine made the comment that the UNC, that the member for Arima, the leader of the opposition, that she got a whole hospital and didn't say thanks. And the member for St. Augustine, Khadija Amin, sits right opposite me. So when I heard that, I said, say thanks for what? For what? The UNC gave her a hospital. Which hospital? Arima? You're mad? They have been peddling this nonsense for the longest while that the UNC built the hospital in Arima. And then you had the member for Point Fortin joining in the chorus to talk nonsense about the UNC build the Point Fortin hospital. So I was not prepared to allow that to go unchallenged, because they've been peddling that nonsense in the public domain, and to bring it into the Parliament chamber I had enough. And that contributed to the reason why I was not able to treat with all the issues that I had wanted to, because I had to dedicate some of my limited time to addressing that once and for all. You all have heard me talk about it on this platform before. So I started off by correcting it. And I read 2 newspaper articles which identified the timeline for the construction of the Arima Hospital. That on the 7th of May, 2015, exactly 4 months to election day, which was 7th of September, the UNC Prime Minister then, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, turned the sod for the Arima Hospital. And for the benefit of the UNC supporters who don't know what turn the sod means, they bring some red sand and they put some concrete blocks around it, and then they came with some shovels, some brass-plated shovels, and the Prime Minister and the then Minister of Health, Fuad Khan, and Munilal, who was the line minister for UDCOT at the time, the Chinese ambassador, and a few others. And if you go and you Google it, you will see UDCOT has a picture, and TV6 has a picture from that day, the 7th of May, 2015, all of them dipping and turning red sand, dip and turn, and you take some photos and you clap and you give a speech and you're gone, right? And we know the process between turning sod and actual start of construction. Construction didn't start the next day. When the last administration came in 2015, financing was not even in place for the hospital, but it was nothing more than an election gimmick. They say, look, they said since 2013, they said they were going to build this hospital. And 4 months before the election date, you come to turn sod to say you're going and build a hospital to mamagai people to give you a second too. But no financing or anything was in place, no contract signed or anything to build the hospital. So that when the last administration came in, that is what they meant. And I would have read from the Express article where then Minister Terence Deyalsingh in 2020, when the hospital was handed over and they were cutting the ribbon and so on, he spoke about the timeline. Final designs were completed in January of 2016. Actual construction of the hospital started in March of 2016. You had the topping off with the roof and so on in 2017, and then the hospital was handed over in 2020. And so I asked, who was in power in March of 2016 when construction started? Not the UNC. They demitted office on the 7th of September the year before. So how the hell they build a hospital in Arima? So as I told them, unless there's another hospital in Arima that they built, or unless the Arima hospital was built out of Lego, there is no way the UNC could have built the Arima hospital. But they and their supporters keep pushing this nonsense. So I had to correct the record on the floor once and for all. Of course, when I read the article, when I pull out my article now, they start to make noise and grumble. He gonna talk about that, and then he gonna. Yes, Julian John and Khadija and all the rest of them interrupting me, and I had to beg the speaker for protection. Let me speak. Facts is facts. Facts are stubborn things, and you all continue to lie. In fact, when Saddam, in his contribution, told us on the opposition bench, stop going out in public and spreading lies and propaganda and to deceive the people, which is exactly what they're doing, and accuse us of doing it. So I had to stand in the gap and make sure it's on Hansard. And I know the audience, the size of the audience who would see it, more than what would see it when I talk about it here. And I read a similar article from the Newsday with respect to similar timelines for the Point Fortin Hospital. All right? So, just to put it here, the UNC did not build Arima Hospital. They did not build the Point Fortin Hospital. The PNM did that. They also built the Sangre Grande Hospital, which there are certain phases that were not yet commissioned. And I think I saw where the UNC plans to open up those areas soon. So I'm going to see if they'll come and say they built the Grande Hospital too, because you simply commissioned something that the PNM built. That is why they were able to come and say in their last dispensation that they built 106 schools. When they came into office in 2010 and met a number of schools already under construction, But because construction was completed under them, they claim and say they build the school. Rubbish. Deceivers is what they are. So when we saw what the strategy was, that they were trying to run out our speakers using their junior speakers, because there's still a few of them in the parliament on the government side who have not yet spoken. On our side, the only MP who had not yet spoken in a debate was MP Birchwood for Laventille East Mover, and he would have had his maiden speech on Friday. But there are several of them on the government side who have not yet spoken, such as Nicholas Morris, Michelle Benjamin. You have, I think, the Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs. He spoke already. But you have a few others who are yet to speak in a debate. And so they would have used them to use up our speakers. So when the member for Claxton Bay, who gave his maiden speech, when he was finished, we decided to employ a strategy that we used earlier this year in the media review. For those of you who would have followed that debate, you would have seen that what we did when we realized they were coming with the same strategy. After we had used up a certain number of our speakers, we decided we would rest and we would give way to them to field successive speakers. And they obliged. They had no problem with it. So when one of their speakers was finished, we sat back. We're not putting up anybody. You see a member on their side raise their hand, they speak. On several occasions, you would have had a situation where 2 or 3 of their speakers would have spoken in succession before one of our speakers got up. That's how it should be. We're dealing with the people's business here, not coming to use all kind of subterfuge and all kind of dirty strategy to deprive and deny the people the opportunity to hear from their representatives and the people who are running the government. So when they figure they pull a fast one on the PNM, what you really did was to deprive the citizens of the opportunity to hear from the ministers. Now, they will come and say, well, as ministers, we could go to the Senate when the debate reaches the Senate and we could speak. So what we would have said or what we were going to say in the lower house, we would have said it in the Senate. No, you can't do that. But it should have been said in the lower house, not to go and encroach in the upper house. Because what you do is you water down the contributions of those in the upper house. Stay in your house, your domain, in your lane, in the lower house, the House of Representatives, and speak there. So the people, they were eager to do it, and they were eager to oblige in June when we had the media review, because they were new. And so therefore, any issues that we would have raised, they could say when they got up to speak, well, Ole was in office, why the PNM didn't do this, and why the PNM didn't do that, and Ole asking us about this, but you all were there, and why they could have done that. They were new, and therefore, we couldn't really hold them to book because they hadn't been in office for that long, and there wasn't much that we could call them out on. But now it's been 5.5, almost 6 months that they have been in office. So that ability that they have, or that facility that they have to be able to deflect and say, well, Ole was there and Ole just leave office, and why Ole didn't do this, and why are you asking us about this, because you were there and why you didn't do it. The ability to use that is running out pretty quick. All right? Time running. I wish it would run a little faster. But the ability to rely on that as an excuse, because when you've been in office for 6 months and you made promises that in 6 months we will deliver this, and 6 months we will deliver that. They said in 6 months they will have crime under control. Give them 6 months. That's what Alexander said. 6 months. Well, they're just a few days away from 6 months. And the number of murders that we've had in the last couple of weeks is far more than when they first started out in office. They've had 6 months to come up with a plan. 6 months to come up with a strategy to deal with crime. Just last night, I was looking at a video on Facebook of an attack in a bar in I think Wallafeel or somewhere there, where a couple of persons were killed. Right? And people are saying, but aren't we under a state of emergency? Outside of the state of emergency, what is the plan? And so when we came to the debate the other day, last week, or was it? When we walked out of Parliament, because over the debate with respect to the appointment of Junior Benjamin to act as Commissioner of Police, and we made the point, Marvin, who spoke on behalf of the opposition, made the point that we are under a state of emergency. And is this the right time for the Commissioner of Police, who is the head of the TTPS, to be going on a conference, especially since the reasons given for the state of emergency has not yet been fully addressed. His words, he admitted that. The commissioner outside the country. And what is happening with respect to murders and the crime rate? Still seeing home invasions taking place, and people, normally when home invasions take place, yes, you will hear the perpetrators came in, they ransack the house, they take things, they beat the members of the household, probably physical assault and so on, some hard slap and thing, and they gone. Now we're hearing within recent times home invasions ending in death. Last week, the 16-year-old boy who was killed, right? He died. 2 of them died from that home invasion. And you keep hearing more of that. The commissioner is out of the country. So we have an acting commissioner and an acting deputy commissioner. And that was the point that we were making. We have no problems with the commissioner going to a conference. It's just the timing is wrong. The state of emergency that he requested is still on, still in force, yet still he's out of the country. Now we're hearing about the US issuing notices to their citizens in Trinidad to stay away from US properties and so on over the course of the weekend. We assume it's because of intelligence that they have that something could happen. Where's the commissioner? We're hearing rumors about people being in safe house and all this kind of thing. But we saw the Prime Minister was having dinner last night at our house with members of the US Embassy, right? No problem with that. All right. But where is the seriousness? We came to do the people's business. We were all prepared. Hans had his speech waiting. He was ready, excited to deliver. He was planning to share some blows too. All of us who spoke before were sharing blows. Brian Manning was particularly good, right? Share some licks on them. Gave Tanko a new name. He's not Dave Tanko anymore, but Dave Taxco. And that they didn't like because they realized we were coming and we were hitting hard, pelting blows, mashing up kidneys, and they couldn't take it. So they collapsed the debate. So as I was saying, after the member for Claxton Bay spoke, so we only have 5 speakers left. Mbut was in the house. Stuart Young was in the house. Marvin was in the house. Simon de Nobrega was in the house. And Hans was there, the remaining 5 speakers. They were there and they were prepared. But we were not prepared. What we were not prepared to do is to continue and to go along with what the government was doing, which is to run down our speakers so that then they could come and make all kind of allegations unchecked. So they are saying, well, the PNM collapsed because we didn't feel that speaker. So if we had continued the exercise and continued to play the game with them and used up our next 5 speakers, right? We would have used up our next 5 and they would still have had 16 members on their side to speak. Where we're going to say then? The budget collapse? Because the PNM has no more speakers to speak, so therefore, we done? We wrap up the debate? We would have had no choice, we would have had no say, no opportunity, because all of our speakers have spoken. Unless it is that you wanted us to go and bring Camille Robinson-Regis to come and speak. Right? Tell her, hey, come on. You need to come and talk because we need more speakers, otherwise the budget is going to collapse. Rubbish. If they were truly about the people's business, they would have fielded at least 2 or 3 speakers, right? At least 2 or 3 speakers, and then before our next speaker. So the public could hear about their plans if they really wanted the people to hear. But Mr. Tanku, when they realized that we weren't going to field a speaker, he was only too eager to raise his hand, Mr. Speaker. Well, all right, well, if them well, that's it. Let me wrap up the budget. The man did not even reply. And he didn't even wind up. He just got up and said, well, the PNM has collapsed, thing or whatever, and moved to wrap up. You know, when the minister is winding up, as Colin Wood always used to do, he would have taken copious notes, listened to the various speakers, and if there was anything that was said on the other side that was incorrect or that he wanted to challenge, in wrapping up, he would identify. So let me address statements made by the member for Siparia. Let me address statements made by the member for Oropuch East. Let me address. So he would have decided who said what and who he was going to respond to. And then do that in his wrap-up to clear up any misinformation that would have been shared. And then you move to have the budget debate, that stage of the debate wrapped up, and we move into the Standing Finance Committee, which we will be going to on Tuesday. Mr. Tanku didn't even do that. He just got up and said, the PNM collapse. They cannot respond. They have nothing else to say about the budget because this is a people's budget. This is a very good budget, and they can't challenge it. Move to wrap up. He challenged nothing that was said by any of us. I asked him the question, 2 questions to start off. When did you realize that the citizens were being overcharged for super? Because in the budget, in this document here, let me read it. Don't want to misquote him. Let me get it. He says, today, Mr. Speaker, look at the glee on my face as I make this announcement. The previous PNM government has been unfairly overcharging citizens for super gasoline. He said the PNM government has been, it should be had. Has suggests that the PNM is still in office and still doing it. The PNM demitted office on the 1st of May when Kamla Persad-Bissessar was sworn in as Prime Minister. All right? He says the previous PNM government has been unfairly overcharging citizens for super gasoline. And on behalf of this UNC government, I wish to announce that in our bid to build economic fairness, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar has instructed that effective immediately, the price of super gasoline at the pump be reduced by $1 per liter. So he said the overcharging was taking place under the PNM. And it only came to an end on Monday when he made this announcement, which means that between the 1st of May, when Kamla was sworn in as Prime Minister, up until the 13th of October, when this announcement was made, you, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, were still being overcharged. You were being overcharged for the last 5.5 months. When Tanku knew that you were being overcharged, and he so cared, and the Prime Minister knew that you were being overcharged, and she so cares, but they waited until October in the budget to make this announcement. But the reality is Mr. Tanku could have made this announcement 4 months ago when we had the media review and the overcharging was taking place then. He could have come in the media review and announced this, and you, the citizens who they so care about and they're so happy to make this announcement, should have been benefiting from this reduction for the last 4 months. Why didn't they do it then? Why didn't they do it then? No, he waited until the budget because we want to make this big announcement, you know. When UNC wins, motorists win. So that's all I could wait. Or I could continue to pay the overcharge, man. Small thing. Hold on a few more months. You know who could have benefited from that over the last 4 months? All the people that you all fired, who have cars that use super, and who are now pulling bull, as we say, running PH to earn a living and to earn $1 to feed their family and pay their bills, they could have benefited from that. All the former CPEP workers and URP workers who drive in car for other people, driving vehicles for other people to make a living. And they go into the gas station how many times for the day and for the week because they're running on gas. Their job is to drive up and down the road, so they're burning gas. They could have benefited from that. They needed any relief that they could get. And since they've been out of work for the last so many months, and that is how they earn an income, they could have benefited from that measure since then, Mr. Tanku. But no, you choose to hold it to your chest because you want to keep it for the budget and continue to overcharge the citizens according to you for the last 5.5 months, and then you come and you make this big grand announcement, and your clueless supporters clapping like circus seals. Oh, yeah, yes, Kamla, yes, the mother of the nation. Foolishness. But it's solar volley. And solar volley. Half of me belongs to you, and the other half I give to you. There have been prime ministers before me, and there will be prime ministers after me, but there will never be a prime minister who loves you as much as I love you. And let me show you how much I love you. Hold a termination notice. You want a social welfare Maggie to go with that? Would you like a public assistance application form to go with your termination notice? Hold that. That is how much I love you. Now go home and find a way to feed your families. Find a way to send your children to school. Find a way to keep the landlord at bay. But not choose CPEP and URP. Don't worry, we'll come up with something eventually to help all you. But for now, fight up as much as best you can. See what you could do. That's how much they love you. But we will continue to overcharge you for super. But don't wait, relief come in. Yes, we're in June, but relief will come in October. So don't worry. You could continue to take the overcharge. The second question I asked him, since you reduced the price of super by $1, does that $1 entirely remove the overcharge? Or is there still a residual surplus? So is it that citizens are still paying overcharge on the price of super, but just in a smaller quantity? Because I don't see that the government would reduce the price of super by $1 and put themselves in a position where they now have to pay a subsidy, which means it's money that the government doesn't have that they would have to find to make up for the shortfall or the additional that is the cost of super at the pump, when it is the citizens are paying what they should be paying. So it tells me that even though he reduced super by $1, he could have reduced it by even more. But he reduced it by $1 because he knows the circus seals that call themselves UNC supporters would be happy about that. And they would run all over the place and, oh yes, this is such a caring and loving government. Look at what they do. They reduce the price of super by a whole $1. And wicked Imbut, he increased it once, he increased it twice, and they didn't riot yet, so he increased it a third time. And I've always said to you, the once, twice, and three times increases that Imbut did, he did it in increments, rather than rest it on all your chest one time and say, take 150, take 175, like how I did. Come and tell all you, take $1.75 increase in the price of premium from 4 to 5, one shot. Umbrella up your K-packs, no grease. Imbut say, here what, I'm not going to do the 175 one time. Whole 50 cents. When you get accustomed to the 50, I will come back in about 6 months and I will give you the next 50 cents. Right? And then if I have to give you the next 75 cents, I'll wait another 6 months and I'll give you the 75 cents. So I wouldn't jack it up on you and tell you whole 175 one time. But for that, they cuss him. Oh, he increased it once, he increased it twice, he increased it 3 times. And when they're right here, he vex. Everybody vex. Yeah? He wicked and he heartless. If he was wicked and heartless, he would have shafted you all with the full amount the first time and give you one increase, so you couldn't accuse him of doing it twice and 3 times. But how I demand they pay 11.625 million, jam it on all you, one shot, $4 to $5.75, and all you run from premium who were using premium because you recognize the benefits of premium. It's cleaner fuel. Well, they run to super. Run to use super and complaining, oh, you had to be spending money now on, what is it called? Treatment. Every 2 weeks or so, you have to be spending money to buy treatment to put in your tank because you're hearing all kind of clang-a-tang noise because you're using super and you really would prefer to use premium, but premium too expensive. But you ain't win because you're using the super and you still have to be doing all kind of thing because it's mashing up your engine. It's not clean like the premium fuel. How many people really benefiting? Any taxi drivers say they're going to drop the price of their fares because super went down by $1? So the traveling public didn't benefit from that. The drivers, they benefited. With the traveling public, no help for them. So how are they benefiting from that? When UNC wins, everybody wins. Really? Other than the drivers, who benefited? A lot of people will tell you all these new cars that they bring that on the road using premium. People have gotten accustomed to that cost and they have budgeted for it. They prefer to use the premium to preserve the life of the engine and not have to be by the mechanic every Monday morning fixing something. Most of these car companies want to go now to electric. All of these hybrid vehicles and so on, using premium, and people are going and buying it. So when they seem to want to make this $1, oh, yes. Budget debate wrapped up. Mr. Tanku has not answered either of my questions. Neither of my questions. I didn't need him to answer the first one because facts is facts. He knew. He said the PNM was overcharging. The PNM left office and the overcharging continued, presided over by him and his government. So they were complicit in overcharging you, the citizens, who happy now. But he deliberately put you through it for the last 5.5 months when he could have brought you relief from day one. Or brought you relief. I'll give him a blight. Say that he needed some weeks to be able to familiarize himself with the ministry and all of these things. But he could have come in the media review in June and announced this measure and given you all reliefs in June, but he didn't do it. But the supporters clapping, oh yes, that is government. Yeah, man. Yeah, that is government. Compare that, as I mentioned in the budget. Compare the relief you got from that. So he said $50 you're saving every time you go to the gas station. So if you go to the gas station 5 times a month, you save $250 for the month. Great. But the same Dwayne, the same man who increased it once, twice, and they didn't riot yet, and he came and increased it another time. Wicked. This is the same man who gave you all 3 increases in your personal allowance. He came and he increased it by 20%, from 60 to 72. He realized that wasn't enough. He came back again and he increased it a second time by another 20%, from 72 to 84. And then they didn't riot. You all didn't riot. So he came and he increased it a third time. by 10% from 84 to 90,000. So that all of you public servants who happy because Tanko announced, yes, you instruct the CPO to start at 10%. And we're going to get back pay, and we're going to get new salaries because we fed up working on 2013 salaries. When you get your back pay, just remember, the reason why you'll be paying less in taxes on your back pay than what you would have paid under Kamla Prasad Bisasa between 2010 to 2015 is because the DWEN, the square peg and the round hole, increase your personal allowance by 50% from what it was in 2013. So you will be paying less of your back pay in tax. More will be going to your bank account instead of the bank account of the Board of Inland Revenue. And particularly those of you who earn less than 7,500, and even with your 10% increase, you'll still be earning less than 7,500. So you're subject to tax. You will be paying less money in income tax when the month comes because the DWEN gave you 3 increases in your personal allowance, a 50% increase from 60,000 that it was in 2013, the salaries that you're working for now, compared to where it is now, to 90,000. So you'll also be paying less money in income tax because the DWEN and the wicked and evil PNM government decided to give you all that relief. And if your salary is 7,500, it means you're saving $625 a month in taxes, as opposed to or compared to the $250 that you're saving at the gas station. But you know, under UNC, less is more. So $250, $200 to $250 in savings at the gas station is more than the $625 that you'll be saving every month in income tax. And the thousands of dollars that you will be saving off of your back pay because the wicked and evil PNM decided to give you tax relief. And not just those of you in the public sector, because the UNC apparently only figure is to cater for the public sector. You private sector workers as well would also have benefited from that. So when the government given 10% to public servants, and nothing wrong with that if you could afford it. Those of you in the private sector, the banks that make any money, how much are you getting? 6%, 7%. The same unions who wanted to kill Rowley and kill Imbert for 10%. Same unions represented private sector workers and settling for 6 and 7. And the companies that making billions of dollars in profits. The government that has been running deficit, losing money, spending more than they're earning. They wanted to put the stranglehold around Rowley neck and Imbert neck. We want 10%, but you will go and sit down with Ansa Makal and sit down with FCB and Republic and whoever else and take 6 and 7%. So apparently private sector workers could live off of 6 and 7%, but public sector workers can't. Same unions, you know. But that is what the PNM had to deal with. I continue. So all who feel, yeah, they take VAT off us 7,000 food items. What's the 7,000 food items? Every time this comes up, I ask the question, what's the 7,000 food items? I went in grocery and walking lane upon lane trying to see if I could find 7,000 food items. Not 7,000 brands, 7,000 food items that people buy. When the average citizen goes to the grocery at the end of the month, how many food items do you think they buy? 1,000? 200? Not even 100. But you're beating up your chest and look at the things they remove VAT off of. Salt, soy sauce, icing sugar, jams and jellies, things to give you hypertension and diabetes. It seems that the government is anxious to use the 20 dialysis machines that they get from India. Like they figure, yes, we want to put it to use. So we need to get some people, we need to take VAT off of certain things so that it could cause people to get hypertension and diabetes, mash up the kidneys so that they could now come on dialysis. And we could use the machine and say, India, look, you see we're using it. Apparently that is what they want to do. Tell me that making any sense? Well, the only good thing I could say coming from the salt is pressure for them African snails. Look how I go in and buy salt. Yes, saving money. VAT off of salt. What's the cost of salt? Huh? How much for salt? You go and you buy this iodized salt in the grocery, $2, $3, $4. How much salt you could buy? How much salt you could eat? You can't even say you're going to use it for tequila because the price of alcohol gone up. So it's less tequila you're going to buy. Can't even use it for that. But I will read this article for yet another time because it was my intention to read it in the Parliament, but unfortunately I ran out of time. All right, so let me get it again for the benefit of those of you who are new to this platform and may not be aware. Some of you would have heard it before. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But all of you who are expecting relief, As I said, a joke twice is never nice. Guardian article dated the 1st of June 2013. VAT of food flops. Consumers still feel the pinch. $400 million in revenue down the drain. 7 months after the government slashed value-added tax on 7,000 food items, President of the Supermarkets Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Vernon Prasad, has admitted that the benefits consumers enjoyed from this initiative have since been eroded. Coordinator of the network of NGOs, Hazel Brown, feels the move was just a fallacy decision made without thinking it through, except for the political impact on it. Minister of Trade and Industry, Vasant Bharat, whose ministry was responsible for the removal of VAT on the items, said if it were true that prices had increased, a lot of hard work and money would have gone down the drain. Bharat admitted that the matter was now a worrying concern. VAT was removed by the People's Partnership on November 15, 2012, in an effort to lower food prices and curb food in price inflation. This move resulted in government forgoing $400 million in revenue. On Tuesday, Prasad said the Supermarkets Association had observed increases on a number of non-VAT items over the past few months. Among them, snacks, curry, baby items, sugar, peas, beans, dairy products, and juices, many of which we import, Prasad said. There are 1,200 supermarkets in TNT, and he blamed the increases on the suppliers. A lot of benefits of the VAT removal have been eroded. The Supermarkets Association has written to the government seeking its intervention on the matter. How are consumers coping with the growing increases, Prasad said. I can tell you, it is tough. The Supermarkets Association has advised supermarket owners that memos from suppliers outlining the new price increases should be displayed on shelves to avoid or to guard against abuse and complaints by consumers. Bharat, increase in food prices worrying. On Wednesday, Bharat said once VAT was removed from food items, the Prices Council was supposed to monitor prices and inform consumers of price differentials. What it appears in the interim, it seems that wholesalers and importers have increased the prices that they were charging previously. I don't know whether, in fact, their prices have gone up or whether they are utilizing a sort of vacuum to put up their prices. Bharat said this information could have been provided by the council, who need to do more work. I think they need to be given more teeth to do their work. Yet he did nothing to give them more teeth. He didn't come to Parliament to bring an amendment to the Act to give them more teeth, to be able to force businesses to control the price of their goods. Because when a man opens a grocery, he's looking to make profit. And you can't tell him, charge this price, charge that price. Because you know what he will tell you? You don't know how much I'm paying for US to import my stuff. It's 6.79 in the bank, but I'm not getting it in the bank. So when I go on the black market and I have to pay $8 and $9 for US to be able to import, I need to make back my money. That is why I'm charging that. So unless you want to give me US at 6.79 so I could charge the price that you want me to charge it at, rock so. And there's nothing you could do to force him to do otherwise. Bharat went on to say, he admitted that the Prices Council had no legal teeth to take supermarkets to court, but could only use persuasion to inform consumers that supermarket A sells for this price and supermarket B sells for that price. Insisting that TNT operates in a free market state, Bharat said there was little that could be done. Little that could be done. They come now and they bring back this nonsense. You couldn't do anything before. You think you're going to get anything different this time? Guess what? Now, the government has given food distributors the incentive and the impetus to increase their prices. Because what did you do? You increased the price on some customs duties. You increase the cost to clear a container by 100%, from $525 to $1,050, is it? Or is it $575? Let me see if I get it here. So all these people who import in food, what do you think they're going to say? Well, I'm paying more in custom duties. I'm paying more on the port. So that's why I had to increase my price. So yes, you remove that. But the price of the thing going up because when I bringing in 5 and 10 containers, or how many ever containers for the month, and I have to pay 100% increase on what it was costing me before to clear these containers. What do you want me to do? Absorb it? I am not in business for charity. I am in business to make profit. And when the government implements policy that affects my profit negatively, I will simply pass it on to the consumers. And if you don't want it, then don't buy it. But just remember, I am a wholesaler. So while the government will tell you, look at the prices in the grocery, and this price, this grocery selling at this price, and that one selling at that price. The wholesaler saying, well, I selling to everybody at the same price, you know. It do affect me. Talk to them in the grocery. So if they want to offer plenty for 20 or plenty for 15, that's on them. But my price is my price. And there's only so much they could do. So they might offer these things to get rid of the old stock. But when the new stock reach, and who have thing in bond, look out. That is why Carib and Angostura increase their prices immediately, because they have stock in bond. So that is why Christmas come in. When Penny talk about it, oh, you see, that's all the PNM care about is the price of rum and thing and alcohol. When drinking alcohol, that don't bother we. Okay. But what about the businesses that depend on the sale of alcohol to make money? The bars, that's what they do. They sell alcohol. They feel they're making money. Most of the money off of cutters is alcohol. And when the price goes up and people can't afford to buy as much as they used to, it affects the bar owners. They need to be able to recoup that profit. So what do you think that they're going to do? Increase the price. And the prices have already gone up. The woman who making her puncher creme and who making her black cake to sell for Christmas, when she increased the price, nah, she too expensive because I have plenty people who selling puncher creme. Plenty people selling black cake. Okay. So it's either you maintain your price and you take the hit, or you increase your price and hope that the people who you sell to understand, yes, the price of alcohol went up, so that's why she's charging more. So let me just pay the difference. Or instead they buy less. So if they normally buy 5 bottles of puncher creme, they buy 4 or 3. Carnival come in, all-inclusive fetes. What type of alcohol does the all-inclusive fete sell? Imported alcohol mostly, of the premium type. So when you want to buy your all-inclusive tickets, so when St. Mary's College Fete, all-inclusive fete, when we bring out the tickets soon, please, if the price go up, don't cost us. Understand, you're getting premium alcohol, as much as you could drink, whole night. The bar, or you can't bust that bar, but you will pay for it. All right? So when we have to buy expensive alcohol so you can have the best and enjoy yourself, if it is reflected in the price of the ticket, Lawina, don't blame us. We didn't impose the duties. Blame Tanku. Blame Kamla. All right? Not us. We just do what we have to do because we need to raise money for the school to make sure the upkeep and maintain the upkeep of the school, and to pay for lots of other things that I don't have time to speak about today. But that is what the money goes to a good cause. So just remember that. All right? Last year the ticket prices were $1,725 and it sell off all. So even if there's an increase this year, and I'm not saying there will be, but there might be, we still know it's going to sell off. Because we put out the advertisement last week, and already people start to, when tickets coming out, where we getting tickets? They don't start to ask already. There ain't no price, but people don't start to put aside money for the best all-inclusive fete. All right? Yes. I must say it. And it is. Not just because I'm a CIC alumni. All right? So, Laumena, please. I continue. So, don't be fooled by that VAT off of food. You ain't going to benefit anyway from that. Prices going to go up, and it's already started to go up. Okay? Because aside from the duties, the increased duties that these businesses now have to pay, the government came and they increased the cost of electricity for businesses, the groceries included, by 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So the cost of electricity is going up. These businesses running all these remember, they use a lot of electricity. All these freezers and so on and all of that they have, these large facilities using electricity for air conditioning and all of these different things. So their bills will be high. And now the bill going up. For those groceries that are operating out of rented premises, and they now have this landlord surcharge, where the landlord now has to pay 3.5% on the actual income that he is earning. Now, mind you, these businesses are already registered and they already pay corporation tax on the income that they generate from rent. They already pay corporation tax because they're registered as limited liability companies. They have to file their returns or whatever when they do their annual returns, all of these different things. They do their audits and so on because they have to pay taxes. So now you're coming to tell them you have to register, pay $2,500 to register, and then 3.5%. But we come into that shortly. But that is another cost for businesses that they're going to pass on to you, the consumer. So aside from the increased cost that they pay in the port, aside from the increased cost that they now will be paying for electricity, aside from the increased cost that they're now going to be paying for rent, and with the adjustment in the rates for NIS, as you know, the employer pays 2/3 and the employee pays 1/3. So now the employer the amount that he is paying for 2/3, the more employees he has, is the more money he now has to shell out from his profits to send to the NIB. So that is 4 different increases that he gets in back to back. You feel he's going to maintain the current prices of his goods and services? Would you do that if you were a business owner? And all of these things coming at you at once? Money on the pot, electricity, rent, and now NIS contributions for your employee, the employer contribution, all of that gone up. And not only that, remember there are other businesses who provide services for the business owner. So for the business owner who is hiring the security firm to provide security officers for his business, when their costs go up, because they now have to pay commercial rates for electricity, they now have increased rates for their workers for NIB, all right? And they too will also have to pay if they're in rented premises, the increased rent and all of that. So they're going to pass these costs onto the supermarket owner for their security because their costs have gone up and they need to recoup. So now the supermarket owner, in addition to the 4 that I mentioned before, he now has to find money to pay more to the security firm that he has hired, impacting him. So all these costs coming, you really feel the prices of stuff not going to go up. So all of you who clap in and you're happy and rejoicing, yes, they're going to remove VAT off our food, 7,000 food items. Brace yourself to pay more than you would have paid if the VAT had remained. Simple economics. But Tanko is an economist and he don't know that. That's why I say a Form 4 student could have done a better job than what he did on Monday. Because the only thing that budget speech would be remembered for is the theatrics. When UNC wins, senior citizens win. When UNC wins, children win. When UNC win, women and girls win. And when UNC win, everybody wins. That was the most outstanding part of that. It was laughable. It was entertaining. Bread and circus. Give them entertainment. They like that. Most people tell me, I don't normally watch the budgets now, but it's just the man, it was just comic relief. Just seeing the man talk. Everybody wins when UNC wins. Well, they like that. All you vote for that. We told you. All you didn't listen. CPEP and URP. The government is committed to ending the state funding of criminal gangs by eliminating the CPEP and URP and replacing them with providing full-time, better-paying jobs. To this end, I have established an employment fund in the ministry with 475 million, which will be utilized together with 310 million in the employment fund for job creation. The Honorable Prime Minister will provide greater detail on this very critical job creation exercise during her contribution. The contribution that Mr. Tanku told us we would have heard on Friday night. Where was the Prime Minister on Friday night? Not in the Parliament. No announcement was made. If the Prime Minister was so inclined as to make the announcement in the Parliament, 2 things. 1, she would have been in the Parliament on Friday night. And 2, the government would not have prematurely ended the debate. They would have continued fielding their speakers, notwithstanding us not fielding one on our side, so that they could allow time for the Prime Minister to come to the Parliament and tell the people. On Monday, when the budget was read, former CPEP and URP workers were listening attentively with bated breath to hear what the government had in place to give them back their jobs or to give them back a job. They heard nothing other than what I just read for you there. No details. All they heard is the Prime Minister will come and speak. And you have to wait until Friday to hear that. So while everybody else was rejoicing on various different things that they think or they thought benefited them, the CPEP workers, the URP workers, the reforestation workers, the WASA workers, HGC workers, the government workers on short-term contracts who just lost their jobs, all of them were waiting to hear what the government has in place. Nothing. They said, all right, we go wait till Friday. Friday came, nothing. So twice in 1 week, this government, this caring Prime Minister, disappointed the most economically vulnerable citizens in this country. Twice in 1 week. But she loves you so much, but she doesn't love you enough to take the time to come and tell you what she's going to put in place to help you to be able to feed your family as we head into Christmas. The festive season. There's a reason why it's called the festive season. People come in by your house, they party around your house, you go by people's house, you eat, you drink, you like yourself. But for many people, that is not going to be a possibility this year because they have no job. So this morning, they continued their nonsense, the disrespect and disregard for proper protocol. So the Prime Minister on her Facebook page shared a link for some employee TT, which I understand was created by the PNM during COVID for persons who might have lost their jobs and so on because of the COVID, and so that they can apply to be able to get certain government jobs. So this apparently is the big reveal. She couldn't come to the Parliament and tell the people in the contribution and speak about other things. Instead, put it on Facebook. For people, so the people who are not on Facebook, the people who don't have, who could no longer afford data because they are no work, well, all they have to hear it on the grapevine. Whole week, people speculating what the Prime Minister coming with, boy. I hear they might bring back CPAP in a different way, you know. I hear they're going to do this. People calling me and asking me, so this new thing that the government coming with, what you have to do, where you have to go, how you apply. And I say, I don't know what they're talking about, you know. I am in the dark just as you all. I waiting to hear on Friday, just like you, what the Prime Minister coming with. Prime Minister wasn't there, she came with nothing. So they announced it this morning, or she put it out, and all the rest of them now sharing it that, well, look, we have 20,450 jobs in the government service. 20,450 jobs. Just go on this site called employeett.gov.tt and your GT. Yes, and your GT. All right. Hold your horses. So I decided to visit the site. Let me see. Because I am concerned about the CPAP and URP workers and the forestry workers who come to me every week looking for work. So I said, well, let me go through this thing because some of them may not have seen it. We have resumes on file when people come to see me looking for work, and I ask them for their resume. If they come with it one time, we take it and we put it on file. And we try to see if we could get jobs. We call around, we call the various companies in the constituency to see if they have any jobs that match these resumes. And if we hear anything, we see anything, sometimes I'm going to Facebook and I see vacancies for jobs. I send the link immediately to my communications officer and I tell her, go through the resumes that we have and see if we could apply on behalf of any of these people. So I say, well, let me go on the site and let me see what they have. 20,450 jobs. I happy. Thing to help people. The most economically vulnerable. Well, bye. I don't know how many of you have seen it as yet. But as I shared it, they're sharing it. They're happy to share it. Look at this. So I said the Prime Minister shared first, and then all the rest of them jump on the bandwagon. Because, you know, they're careful. They ain't sharing nothing before the Prime Minister, like as they did with the budget debate, the budget date, and get in trouble. So it says here, phase 1 of the National Recruitment Drive 2025. Real jobs, real people, real change. Over 20,000 positions from skilled trades to administration. Every role matters in building a stronger TNT. Whether you are a laborer, a driver, an electrician, a plumber, clerk, or just starting out, there's a place for you. Not if you're a former CPAP or URP worker. Not if you're a former reforestation worker. There's nothing for you in phase 1. They say this is phase 1. You would think phase 1 would cater for the most economically vulnerable persons, the persons who the government fired over the last 4 months. You would think priority be given to them. So I said, well, let me check it out and see what they have. So for those of you who haven't done it yet, so I went in, click on apply. It says apply now. They said view job types, 25 ministries. Okay, no problem. I click on apply now. Select your opportunities. Choose up to 5 positions that you're interested across government. What type of work are you looking for? Monthly paid, salaried position, office or professional work, or you're looking for waged positions, daily rated, field or trade-based work? I say I'm going into field or trade-based work because I'm looking for work for the CPAP and URP workers. First thing on the list, browse by ministry. I say, all right, they have Amplia, 73 vacancies. Let me see what Amplia has. Accounting assistant, assistant manager, customer operations team lead BPO, field sales agent, human resource officer, IT specialist, IR specialist, manager contact center, OSP technician, pre-sales engineer, SME support, tier 1 support, senior technical support professional. Anything there for the CPAP and URP worker? I say, all right, maybe I'm playing nothing. Let me try somebody else. I'm going to go down the list again. Remember, we're under daily pay there. I say, all right, that they have Construction Company Limited, 11 vacancies. I click on that. What they have? Civil structural engineer, cost controller, head of planning, legal officer, project assistant, senior license surveyor, site supervisor. Anything there for the CPAP or URP worker? Going again. Labidco, 2 vacancies. Administrative services, security. I click on that. I say, well, maybe they have a good security work. What is the position? Head of surveillance operations, estate operations, asset integrity and maintenance, planner, scheduler. I say, nothing there for them. I'm going to go again. Ministry of Energy, 82 vacancies. What do they have? Communications unit, audiovisual officer, graphic designer, manager communications, photographer, senior communication officer, web designer, videographer, editor. Nothing for CPAP and URP workers. I say, right, let me go again. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 36 vacancies. They might have something there. Communications unit, audiovisual officer, content creator, graphic designer, photographer, web designer. Basically the same jobs. CSME unit, specialist research officer. Sorry, let me go down again. Minister's office, what do you have? Personal chauffeur to the minister. All right, so the minister doesn't have a personal chauffeur now? Okay, all right. You might be able to apply for that. So you have a license, try your best. Send it in, but there's only one chauffeur the minister needs. So if it's 50,000 all your lost work, I think it's pretty safe to say that 49,999 of you who apply for this work will not get it. Pension and leave unit, business operations assistant 1, business operations assistant 2. Going on again. Ministry of Labor, small and micro enterprises. All right, let me try that. Maybe they have something there. General administration. They need a multimedia social officer, content creation specialist. Labor inspectorate unit. Let me see what they have there. Business operations assistant, senior labor inspector. Oh, Lord, Father. Looking for work. I go in again. Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs, 379 vacancies. They say Arima. Let me see what they have there. Legal research officer, business operations assistant 2. Finance and accounts, business operations assistant 1. Land management division. They need a junior land officer, land assistant officer. We go in again. Let me go down to our next ministry. Ministry of Trade, 249 vacancies. What do they have? Business Development Directorate. You need an alliances manager, business facilitator, industry analyst, nothing for CPAP and URP workers. Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. It must have something there. 63 vacancies. Let me see what they have. General administration. Fingers crossed. They need a bus driver. They might be able to apply for that. An electrician, grade 4. Electrician, grade 5. Foreman, CME, grade 1. Well, they have something here. Handyman. But they don't have any details as to what that entails. Laborer, finally. Painter, yes. So we have 3 vacancies out of the 63 vacancies. We identified 3 so far that could apply to CPAP URP workers. Watchman, 4 out of 63. Tractor driver, you could drive tractor. If not, and they want a grade 7 tractor driver. So if you don't, right. They want a plumber, but you must be a grade 4 plumber. They need a master tradesman mechanic. All right. You mightn't apply for that. They need an electrician, grade 4, electrician, grade 5. Checker. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's a work that CPAP workers, URP workers might be able to do. Carpenter, but they want a grade 5 carpenter. That's about it there for you. Let me go. Ministry of, oh Lord. National Security. Let me see what they have. No, let me go housing. 824 vacancies. Right. HGC group. Administrative assistant, clerical assistant 1, clerical assistant 2, customer service representative. You might be able to get through because that might just need some 4 or 5 passes. Not too much else. Internal audit, audit assistant, manager, internal audit, senior, forget that. All right, forget that. So out of the 20,450 vacancies that they have under this, they might have 50 for CPAP and URP workers. I say 450. Let me get them the benefit of the doubt. So 50,000 people fired, and they have about 450 vacancies for you. So it's either you go and find money to get training for one of these high-skilled jobs, or wait for phase 2. I'm assuming there's going to be a phase 2. When phase 2 coming out, I don't know. I can't say. If it will ever come out, I don't know. Or if they just hit your phase 1 as a mama guy thing. What the government has done, based on what they've announced here, all they simply have done is created employment for people who are already employed. People who always wanted a government work, and they're working in the private sector, and they tell themselves, well, if I get a job with the government, I'm good to go. Because they say it's a permanent job, so I work in there for the rest of my working life, and then when I retire, I get a government pension, and I'm happy, I'm good. So let me take that. And then I hear in the government, you could go and come whatever time you want. So it's not as strict as in the private sector, where you must come for a certain time and you sign in, and you go to lunch for exactly 1 hour, and then you come back and you do your work and you leave. No, I heard that in the government sector, when you have a government work, you're supposed to come to work for 10 to 8, but you could reach 9 o'clock, right? And stroll in with your sada and pumpkin, or your sada and bodi, and your rituals coffee, and then you could go and sit down in the kitchen and eat breakfast and have a little conversation, and then when you're ready to start to work at 10 o'clock, so they heard, you could do that. And then you could take 2 hours lunch and then come back whatever time. So, you know what, I think I'm going to leave. Even if that is not the case, that's what they hear. So I'm going to leave this job in the private sector, and I'm going to apply for one of these jobs, because it's probably paying more than what I'm currently making. So right now I'm working in a store, and I have my 5 passes, and I was just holding on to this store work because it was a means to an end. But now I got an opportunity. So I'm going to work for the government, and I leave at the store. Maybe the store owner might be able to hire the CPAP worker, I don't know. But you have people who working in private sector offices who will look to take up this opportunity, right? So people who have jobs, go and apply for this. Don't be fooled. You feel it's 20,450 unemployed people will be applying. Well, they will apply too. But you will also have a number of applications from persons who already work in the public sector, who have experience which some of the others may not have, and they will qualify for these jobs. And you have not improved anything. All you've done is just have a bunch of people from the private sector migrate to the public sector. That's it. But the people who need the jobs most, nothing here for them. So again, poor CPAP workers, poor URP workers, poor forestry workers, nothing for all here. But plenty all here went and vote, yellow is the code. When UNC wins, everybody wins. We told you all they went and stayed finger for them. Yeah, Auntie Kamala go take care of we. Rowley wicked, Rowley heartless, Rowley's a dictator, Rowley is a pit bull, Rowley's a Rottweiler. Well, all right. If you take care about nobody, they only, well, okay. You had a job under Rowley and you had a job under him. Now, nothing. We'll leave that there. We will leave that there. Let's set on that. I wouldn't be able to go through the entire budget today, folks, because what's the time? Already 2:43. We still have time, man. We still early. We're going again. Let me touch on the things that most people talking about. I spoke about that, but I won't talk about that now. We're going again. Right, I ain't gonna talk about that either. Talk about that another time. Right. Yes, no. Levy on assets of commercial banks and insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Commercial banks and insurance companies, due to their large size, profitability, and capitalization, have reported sustained earnings, high liquidity and ratios, and strong asset-based growth. Conservative lending practices and favorable monetary conditions have driven these outcomes. Despite this, the average citizen continues to be subjected to unreasonably high fees, near zero returns on their investments, and their savings. Against this backdrop, here the backdrop. Citizens paying high fees and near zero returns on their savings and investments. So because of that, the government is proposing to introduce an asset levy of 0.25% on the assets of banks. But hear this. This measure will become effective January 1st and is expected to contribute $575 million annually to revenues. If idiot was a person, it would be Dave Tanku or Taxku. First of all, I don't know how you expect to get a static figure of $575 million annually from this measure when it is a fixed percentage that is going to be levied on the bank's assets. The bank's assets grow every year. So the more assets the bank have, or the banks have, is the more you will collect. Republic Bank's assets right now stands at $127 billion, up $9 billion from the same period last year. So in 1 year, Republic Bank's asset base grew by $9 billion. When you take 0.25% of 127 billion, you get $317 million that the government will take from Republic Bank in the first year. So you're complaining the banks now not giving the customers interest on their deposits. They're charging high fees with their current profits. You propose to take $317 million in tax separate, because remember, the banks pay 35% corporation tax. So separate and apart from that, they now have an additional tax that they have to pay to the government. All right? So their operating expenses, their liabilities have now gone up. So Republic Bank has to find $317 million separate and apart from what they will pay in corporation tax and other charges to the government. You really think by taking an additional $317 million from them in the first year of this, that all of a sudden that is going to make them start paying higher interest rates to their customers? From what? When you are taking the money that they could have used to do that? How are they going to do that, Mr. Tanku? Where do banks get the money from to pay interest on deposits? Ask a silly question. From the same fees that you're complaining about, from the same loans that they're putting out, the spread between the lending rate and what they get from that, the cost of administering the loans and so on. When you take an additional $317 million from just Republic Bank alone, you expect Republic Bank to pay higher interest rates? You think they're going to lower the cost of their bank fees? You think they're going to lower their interest rates because you're taking more money from them? No. The bank has an obligation to its shareholders. The majority shareholders in Republic Bank is who? The citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, because the government of Trinidad and Tobago owns the majority shareholding in Republic Bank. So the majority of the profits from Republic Bank already goes to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So if they're not getting it on their accounts in the form of interest, they're getting it in the form of dividends from the shares that the government holds, which shares now sits in the NIF bond fund, which Kamla Persad told the people in 2018 was a Ponzi scheme. But now she's coming to set up the same NIF bond fund, this time with FCD shares. So this one is not a Ponzi scheme. But the same one that she said in 2018 was a Ponzi scheme, against which the one that she's going to set up is modeled, is not a Ponzi scheme. All of a sudden, it's a good idea, but it was a bad idea in 2018. So that the shares that are sitting in the bond fund, the NIF bond fund, that hardworking citizens took their hard-earned money and went and purchased these shares or these bonds, expecting to get a decent dividend, you now imposing this levy on Republic Bank is going to impact the amount of dividend that these citizens have grown accustomed to. They will get less. So for the senior citizen who took their retirement money and went and buy this bond and telling themselves, well, I will benefit from the dividends that I get every 6 months, now their dividend is going to fall because you decide that you want to take 0.25% of Republic Bank's money against the assets as a tax. For Citizens Bank, their asset base right now is about $50 billion. So you're looking at close to about $120 million for Citizens Bank now has to pay in 1 year. Remember, this is an annual thing. So every year, the banks now need to be able to generate this income to be able to pay this. All right? These hundreds of millions of dollars to the government. And the government expects that the banks are not going to increase their fees and they're not going to increase their loan rates and so on. And smart man, bright man Tanku, the finance czar, according to the member for Claxton Bay, is telling you push back. He hopes that these companies will not pass on the increases that they will now have to pay, that they wouldn't pass it on to their customers. And telling you if they increase it, push back. Push back how, Mr. Tanku? Push back how? go up to the counter to withdraw money and cuss out the teller. And so, they're only paying so and so, or they're paying no interest, our interest. Or they're increasing all their fees, drop the fees. Give me all my money. I don't want to be in RBC no more. I go in by FCB. But wait, FCB had to pay the same levy. So their charges go. I go in by Answer Bank. Wait. Answer Bank had to pay. So their fees go. I go in by Republic. Oops, same thing, boy. I go in by JMMB. But wait, not JMMB. I can't go nowhere. So how Tanku want me to push back? Push back against who? The government going and open my bank? So I could go there, no fees? Then he say push back. Meanwhile, he partnered the Minister of Planning. He said with the increase in the price of the 100-pound cylinder LPG, which most restaurants use, quite likely, aside from the increase in that, they have to now pay increased rates on electricity, and they will now also have to pay higher rates, so contribution rates for their employees, the 2/3, 1/3 NIS, and the other fees that are being levied too. So if it is the space that which the restaurant is operating out of, they're renting, more than likely the landlord is going to increase the rent for that too. So the restaurants more than likely going to increase the price of their food. What Mr. Swarat Singh say? Father Swarat Singh, what he say? If you go to the restaurant and they increase their prices, go home and cook. Go home and cook. The restaurant is not for you. No mind, under the PNM, you could have gone to the restaurant every now and again and sit down and have a meal. But the prices have now gone up because of our sensible economic policies. Now you have to pay more for the same meal that you used to buy before or custom buying and enjoying. You now have to pay more, not because of the PNM, but because of the UNC. But if it's too much, go home and cook. But all your same UNC supporters, when Keith Scotland talk about coal pot and breadfruit, all you rake him over the coals. When Marvin talk about macaroni pie and ham, all you rake him over the coals. But Kennedy tell all you, if you find the cost in the restaurant too expensive, go home and cook. All you have nothing to say to him. Yeah, no, well, that's the wise thing to do if they want to jack up their price. But if you had a business and the government did that to you, wouldn't you increase your prices? Or you're running a charity. So he's trading all now to go against the businesses, push back. But when your landlord increase their rent, push back. So you see me, I go and look and rent somewhere else, yes? Because apparently moving is so easy. Yeah, it's very easy to do. Well, guess what? There has somebody waiting in the wings to rent your apartment or to rent the house that you rented. So feel free to leave. You ain't doing the landlord nothing. Because as soon as you move out, you probably do some upgrades on the property, jack up the rent even more than what he was going to charge you, and there's somebody who is waiting to move in. So let's talk about pushback. Forget that. It's no pushback. Miss me with that nonsense. But as I was saying, so expect to see increased bank fees, policy fees, insurance companies, and so on. There's a likelihood. Expect to see your cash value on your insurance policies not grow as quickly as it was growing before. All right, because with this new charge that the government is going to impose on these companies, it has to be paid for with something. And the money that would normally have gone to your cash value from your premium, if it is that you have a participating policy or one of those policies that builds cash value, expect to see the rate at which your cash value was growing start to diminish. So don't get vexed with the insurance companies. Get vexed with your government who is doing this. Your government that lacks creativity when it comes to generating revenue. They cost the PNM for years. Oh, we need to diversify the economy. Nothing in here speaks to diversification. When you could dedicate one paragraph to tourism, 2 paragraphs to agriculture, all of the main areas that have been identified for diversification, 1 paragraph and 2 paragraphs. And then they will tell you, well, the minister responsible for these ministries will speak more about what they plan to do in those ministries. When you all collapse the debate, they had the opportunity to speak. You all put a set of neophytes with prepared speeches to come and talk. When it is that your senior ministers, they should have been your first line speakers and leave the juniors afterwards. But no, they sit down and rock back. If you see Munilal, yeah, and you're back on your head, so dribbling on themselves. And then while the juniors talking a pack of rubbish, prepared speeches that they probably had a group of people sit down and write for them. And when they finish, yes, Let me shake your hand there. Let me shake your hand. Well done, well done. Rubbish. Will you vote for that? Let me deal with this landlord surcharge that they don't want to call property tax, which is exactly what it is. Property tax. A tax by any other name is still a tax, Mr. Taxco, Dave Taxco. Let's say the PNM. Imbert is only tax, and cut. But in his first budget, Tanku rests tax on all your backside. And some of you still who supporting that party talking rubbish, trying to defend the indefensible. But let me talk about the surcharge. Right? If you all in the UNC want to call it a surcharge, it's not a tax, it's not property tax, it's a surcharge. We'll call it that. Those of us with sense, we will call it what it is. Property tax. Where is it? Let me get it here. Somewhere. I want to read it exactly. Landlord business surcharge, not that one. Where is it? Yes, that's it. In recent times, there has been an explosion of unregistered commercial and residential rental properties in all your constituency. Going around ways, land that should be used for agriculture. All the owners abandon agriculture and putting up some pretty nice apartment buildings. Why? Because there is a demand for housing that the government cannot meet, and so the private sector is trying to make up. Many of these landlords have been avoiding paying their fair share of taxes. Well, duh, that's why the PNM brought property tax. This contributes to significant revenue loss and a lack of reliable data to support policy development. The introduction of this landlord business surcharge, not property tax, based on actual rental income, will broaden the tax base, promoting fairness, transparency, and accountability. This measure requires that all landlords register with the Board of Inland Revenue and pay a one-time registration fee of $2,500. The surcharge will be applied as follows. 2.5% on the gross rental income of $20,000 or less, and 3.5% of the gross annual rental income exceeding $20,000. You hear that, right? I hope the UNC supporters are listening, because you're all tripping over yourselves to defend this foolishness. I saw one of the activists on social media put up a post on TikTok blasting Brian Manning, talking about, oh, the PNM, their property tax, they was taxing people who have property and wasn't renting their property. But this is for people who actually renting their property and getting income. It's a tax on the income and it's not a tax on the property. And want to kill Brian. Let's go there. Let's go there. All right? I foresee, I ain't no lawyer, but I foresee this measure is going to get the government in a lot of legal trouble and cost you, the taxpayers, a lot of litigation dollars. Last I checked, in Trinidad and Tobago, personal allowance is $90,000. What does that mean? If you earn income $90,000 or less, you pay no tax, no income tax. The government is now seeking to implement a tax that appears to be exempt from personal allowance. Because you're saying here, if you earn $20,000 or less from rental income, you are required to pay a tax of 2.5% on that money. And if you earn in excess of $20,000, you are required to pay a tax of 3.5%. But if I have a house renting for $5,000 a month, $60,000 a year, $60,000 is less than $90,000. The law says if that is my sole source of income and I earn nothing more than that $60,000, once it's under $90,000, I pay no tax. Why is the government coming now to charge me a tax on my $60,000 when the law says I am not required to pay taxes on anything under $90,000? This, you will have plenty of lawyers getting involved. And a lot of these landlords are going to take the government to court for this foolishness. Because if you're earning less than $90,000, you're not supposed to be paying any taxes on that income. So that is the first piece of foolishness that they come with right there. Unless it is you plan to amend the law to say that that the personal allowance doesn't apply to rental income and to landlords, which will also get you in some problems. You're on foolishness. So I'm saying to you, those of you who have rental income, once you earn less than $90,000 and you can show that you earn less than $90,000, the government cannot charge you on your income. All right? And if they try to, take their backside to court. take them to court for all that they have, but then it's you, the taxpayer, who will end up paying it anyway. So that's the first issue. So, as I said, the UNC supporters who tripping over themselves. The PNM was charging you a tax on your property even if you wasn't renting the property. Okay. That's something new. For them, it's something new. When you're dumb and you don't know that you're dumb, and you want to come on social media and show the world that you're dumb, that's why there's a saying, it's better to keep quiet and let people think you're an idiot than to speak and remove all doubt. So let me educate the supporters of the UNC. There's something that used to be called the Land and Building Taxes Act. That was the precursor to the property tax. This was done away with, repealed in 2009. But prior to that, all right, this is what people used to pay. Land and building taxes. Those of you who used to pay it would know about it. You had no issue paying it. You used to go and dutifully pay your land and building tax every year, and you have your receipt pile up. Because you're saying, if anybody tried to take my house, look, I have my receipts here to show I was paying my tax, and this is my property. All right. So to the supporters of the UNC, all right, first of all, let's do a quick calculation. Under the PNM's property tax, the dreaded property tax, wicked, if you were earning, so they had what they call the annual rental value. That is the assessment value of your house. They had two options. They could have charged you a tax on the actual value of your property. So they say you do a valuation. The government could have do that. Go down by Raymond and pay, get an official valuation and bring it for us so that we can see what is the actual value of your property, and we will charge you a percentage of that. They could do that, which is what operates in other jurisdictions. Or option number two, which is what they did. They said we will do an assessment, and instead of charging you on the actual value of your property, which might be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, depending where you're living and what you did with the house. And we know that if we charge you on that, your liability will be significant. We will work it based on what you could get in rent, because we need to establish some kind of value. Because we're doing things. We're collecting your garbage. We're cleaning the streets. We're paving the roads. We're providing street lights. All of these different things. When the street light go out, you're vexed. You want T&Tech to come and fix it, but you don't want to make a contribution. The drain in front of your house have to clean, because when rain fall and it bring down a whole set of mud and slush and other things, and it back up and water started to back up and mosquitoes, you're not going to come outside in your tall boots with a hoe and say, let me clean the drain and clear the water. No, you want the corporation to come and do it. That comes at a cost, which the government does not have. And the government is saying, since it benefits you personally, contribute a little something now. Contribute a little something. So when the pothole develop in front of your house, you could go down to the borough or come to the government and say, I'm paying my property tax. Fix the blasted hole. Fix it. That's what I'm paying my property tax for. But now you ain't paying no property tax. You can't see that. What demands you could make? I'm paying tax. I'm paying income tax. Really? What are you paying income tax for? For the government to build a hospital and build school and build roads. You're paying, that is what you're paying your income tax. How far you think your income tax could go? When you're paying 2,000 for the year, 5,000 for the year, 10,000 for the year, if you're in the lower income bracket, how far that could go? For the maintenance of the hospitals and all of that, that is what your income tax goes to. But some of you all figure that this income tax that you're paying or the little VAT that you're paying could do so many things. Thanks to this Dwen that is inbuilt, thousands of you all, tens of thousands of you all who used to pay income tax under Kamla, you pay no income tax now. So the only tax you're paying is VAT. How much does that work out to? It's like some of you are paying your health surcharge, $400 and something for the year. But you expect when you go to the hospital, you want a private suite with your own personal doctor and your own personal nurse and all the medication that you for $400 and something for the year. But when you go to the private doctor, from the time you walk through the door, it's $500 for the visit, and the doctor ain't see you yet. You don't know what he or she looks like, but $500. You're going to St. Augustine Medical or St. Clair Medical, and from the time you reach in, they want to know how you're paying for it. Well, you need to make a down payment up front to take care of preliminary costs. And if we have to award you and give you certain treatment, well, if what you put down as a down payment is not enough, we will bill you for the difference. But $400 and something a year you're paying in health surcharge, and you expect the best healthcare in the world. In the United States, that's all you so love to talk about. Everything you pay for. From the time the ambulance, you call the ambulance and they come and pick you up is a cost. Right? Your bills start to run from there. You ain't reach the hospital yet and already you have a liability. In Trinidad here, you bounce your toe, call the ambulance. They come and pick you up. It costs you nothing. They drop you off. Then you're vexed because you had to wait too long in casualty. $400 and something a year for those of you who pay it. And even if you don't pay it, you're still entitled. But anyway, where is this? The old land and building tax that the UNC supporters wanted to come back. In fact, this morning I had to respond to one of them on Facebook talking rubbish about under the old land and building tax, why the PNM had to get rid of it, and that was the best thing. Really? Well, let me educate you on the land and buildings tax. First of all, here what it says. Land and Building Taxes Act, Chapter 7604, Act 14 of 1920. 1920, 105 years ago. 105 years ago. All right? Since then, we had something called, it wasn't called property tax. But since 1920, 105 years ago, almost everybody who was alive at that time, dead and gone. They were paying taxes on their property. But today, you all have a problem. Your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather was paying taxes on their property. But all of a sudden, they're wrong. They had no problem with it. Thank God they didn't have a problem with it that you got a property to inherit. All the time you all are paying it, no issues. Let me go and let me read it for you. For the benefit of the UNC supporters. Section 3. Tax. Where is it? Let me get this here. Tax includes any annual tax assessed under this act and any tax, rate, charge, assessment, or imposition to which the provisions of this act may be declared by any act to be applicable to, on all lands and buildings not being within the cities of Port of Spain and San Fernando, nor the boroughs of Arima and Point Fortin, there shall be raised, levied, collected, and paid to the controller of accounts for the use of the state the following taxes, for the use of the state. On land, up to a maximum of 10 acres, an annual tax of $10 an acre or any part thereof. In excess of 10 acres and up to a maximum of 100 acres, an annual tax of $10 an acre on the first 10 acres, $15 on every acre or part thereof in excess of 10 acres. This is 1920. On every building, the annual taxable value of which does not exceed $24. You hear that? $24. An annual tax of 96 cents. And on every building, the annual taxable value of which exceeds $24. Hear this. An annual tax of 7.5% of such taxable value. You could tell me anywhere in Trinidad I could purchase a property for $24 today. If anybody knows, please let me know in the chat so that I can make a call. And if you have a number, send the number for me too, please. I would like to call the owner and see if they would be willing to sell me. $24, I'll tell them I'm willing to pay $100 for it. Heck, I will go to $1,000 for it. If you could find any property anywhere in Trinidad, anywhere in the world for $24. Buildings, usually described as barracks containing separate tenements, severely occupied, shall be taxed at the rate of 96 cents for each separate tenement, whether such buildings form part of any structure for the manufacture or preparation of produce or not. Most important thing to take note of here, the tax rate under the old land and building tax regime was 7.5%. 7.5%. PNM's property tax was 2%. But under the UNC, less is more. So 7.5 is more than 2. I continue. For all those of you who are talking about, yeah, but the PNM wanted to tax you even if you wasn't renting your property. Hold on. I come into that. Listen. So they get the list of buildings and so on that is exempt from paying the tax. Churches, schools, chapels, hospitals, lands belonging to the state, and all the like. Part 3. One of the complaints that Tanku had when he was in opposition about the property tax is that even though it was 2%, that the law allowed the minister to charge you and to raise that tax to as high as 10%. That's what Tanku was saying. And that is why they could not support the property tax because the minister was given the discretion to increase it at any time. So don't be fooled. They're telling you it's 2% now so that you could vote for them and they go win the election. But after the election, they will come and raise it to 10%. Right? And we can't support that. I read in here from the 1920 Act. The minister may from time to time, by order, prescribe that in respect of any specified year or years and in respect of any specified area or areas, the tax on buildings imposed by this act shall be at higher rates than those prescribed in section 1. But the minister shall in no case prescribe a rate which exceeds 10% of the annual taxable value on any building liable to such tax. You see how long this has been? 10. So the old land and building tax, which I read in here, this is the act. This is not the Property Tax Act, which the UNC wanted, which Kamala, when they were saying in 2010, asked the tax. And when we come back into office, we are going to reintroduce, or we're going to bring back the old land and building tax and scrap this property tax. 7.5% versus what then was 3%, reduced to 2%. But the UNC wanted the act, or wanted the property tax or the land and building tax that say you have to pay 7.5%, as opposed to the PNM, 3%, then reduced to 2%, because 7.5 is less than 2. We continue. In words, I don't need to read that. All right. In wards in which there is a highway authority, the owner of any land taxable under this act shall make a return on or before the 31st of October in each year according to such form as may from time to time be approved by the minister, specifying the name of the occupier, if any, of such land or any part thereof, and the owner or occupier of every building of such land, and the annual value of every such building. Such return shall be filed in the District Revenue Office and shall be deemed to be and form part of the assessment roll of the particular ward in which the land or building in respect of which the return is made is situated. So they were telling you on the 31st of October every year, by that date, you were supposed to submit a document to the warden office or the district office indicating that you are the owner of this property. What is the value of the property, so they will know how to calculate how much taxes was due. I continue. You ain't hear me mention nothing yet about renting property here. I continue. Every person who at any time comes into possession in his own right or in that of his wife or as an attorney or agent or guardian or committee of any other person of any land or building by grant from the state, purchase, devolution, devise, lease, agreement for lease, or otherwise, shall within 1 month next, after he comes into possession, make to the district revenue officer of the ward within which such land or building is situated a return according to such form as may from time to time be approved by the minister, specifying such land or building, the local situation and annual value of such building, the quantity, extent, and cultivation of such land and the title under which such possession has been acquired. So from the time you get land, your mother died, your father died, somebody dead, and they leave land for you, they leave house for you, you're supposed to go within 1 month to the district office and let them know I'm the new owner, this is the value of the land, so that they know who to tax. I ain't done yet. Any owner of any land or building who willfully fails or neglects to make any such return as required, and in such form as may be prescribed by the minister, or makes any such return which is willfully untrue in any particular, is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $400 to be recovered on the complaint of the district revenue officer. In the year 1948, all I hear when and every subsequent 15th year, every district revenue officer shall prepare an assessment roll for each ward in his district for the records of his office, from the returns received by him under sections 5 and 6 of this act, and from the lists furnished by the Registrar General under the Real Property Act of all lands and buildings within such ward liable to taxes imposed by this act, showing the number assigned to the entry of such lands on the roll, reference to the Real Property Register kept by the Registrar General, the names of the owners of the lands, the area of the local situation of such lands, and the number of buildings. In other words, you know what they're saying here? Every 15 years, the government was supposed to conduct an assessment to update the value of the properties, so that in 2025, you would not be paying taxes on a value from 1920. Every 15 years, they were supposed to conduct a role assessment, which is what the PNM did over the last 5 years. When they were coming to your house and they were taking pictures and so on, and they tell you to submit your form, the law obligated the government to conduct that exercise every 15 years since 1948. We are in 2026, 2025, going into 26. This law, almost 80 years now. This was supposed to be going on. 80 years. Every 15 years, the exercise that the PNM conducted, all who was vexed because they want to come by your house and take picture. And the law since 1948 required that the government do that. It was not done. That is why many of you continue to pay tax rates on land valued from 1920 and 1930 and 1940, when the government had a responsibility based on the law to update these values so that the taxes collected would be in line with the present value of the property and not what it was when your grandfather or your great-grandfather first purchased it. That was not done. All right? We're going again. In determining the annual taxable value of any building, here it is. For the purpose of this act, the district revenue officer shall, whether such building be actually rented or not. Let me read this again for the benefit of the UNC supporters who all over the place tripping yourself that the PNM wanted to charge you tax on your property even though it was not being rented. 1948. You heard what I said? 1948. In determining the annual taxable value of any building for the purpose of this act, the district revenue officer shall, whether such building being actually rented or not, consider in every case the amount of annual rent that a tenant may be reasonably expected to pay for such building and all machinery and plants therein, having regard to the purpose for which such building is actually used, or in case it is not actually used or occupied, the purpose or purposes for which it is reasonably suitable. The Old Land and Building Taxes Act that was repealed in 2009 mandated the district revenue officer to charge you a tax on your property, whether it was rented or not. And what was the basis upon which that assessment was to be made? Let me read it again for the benefit of the UNC supporters in case you went to your fridge to get a red shandy and you didn't hear me. I will repeat it. Whether such building be actually rented or not, consider in every case what amount of annual rent a tenant may be reasonably expected to pay for such building. What amount of annual rent a tenant would be expected to pay. So the PNM didn't introduce anything new. The only thing they changed was the rate from 7.5% to 2%. They changed the name from land and building taxes to property tax. And they updated the values of the properties from 1920 and 1948 to the current period, 2020, come forward. That is the only difference. So all of you who want to run on the old land and building tax, understand that the update of the assessment rule had to be done to bring property values to the present time that we're living in and not what they were valued at 105 years ago, when it was just land, and now on the land you have big house. So you were paying rates for land because that is what it was in 1920, 1930, 1940, 1950, and so on. Today, you have a Mako house on the land, but you still want to be paying tax on rates from 1920 when your grandfather buy the land, right? But then when you want to sell it, you're not going to sell it at 1920 rates. You're not going to sell it at 1930 rates, 1940 or 1950 rates. You want to sell it at 2024 and 2025 rates because you're going to do your valuation and it says the property worth 2 million. But since you want to pay property tax on the amount for which it was valued in 1920, 105 years, sell it for that. Sell it for what your grandfather paid for it, or your great-grandfather, sell it for that price. The price that you want to pay the tax on, not the price that you want to get, because that is the current market value. Use the whole assessment rule. The law says that. Don't take my word for it. Just go and Google it. Land and Building Taxes Act, Trinidad and Tobago, and it's there for you to read in its entirety. All right? So to this clown who wanted to attack Brian Manning because you bright, and the PNM only wanted to charge you, even though you're not renting your property. Guess what, my friend? Your grandfather, your great-grandfather, they were doing just that. Because you heard me read there, whether it is being rented or not. How much would a tenant pay for the year? That is what the act said. The old act. And your grandfather and your father and your mother didn't have a problem paying based on that. So it was no different. But the UNC comes now. Today, the UNC comes and they're telling you, well, it's a tax on the income. It's not a tax on the property. But you're charging people more money. Because I gave the example in the parliament. I got a call from a lady, an 87-year-old lady from Tobago, who rents out a property for $2,500 a month. When they did the assessment under the property tax, under the PNM, it was valued at her annual rental value was assessed at $3,500 a month. But she said her tenant, who has been renting the property for quite some time, went through a little financial struggles, hardship and stuff. She lost her job. She has another job now, but she's earning less money. So she reduced the rent. 87 years old, $2,500 a month, $30,000 a year, right? Under the PNM, what would she have paid? The property tax, not income tax, property tax. There's a difference, because if it's income, she's not supposed to be charged. She's being charged tax on the property. 30,000. The PNM formula was minus 10% from that, because we recognize that you would be spending money maintenance of the house. The tenant call you and tell you the roof leaking, you need to spend money to fix that. Some issues with the electrical, with the plumbing, you had to spend money to fix that, and all of that. So the government say take a 10% off of that, to recoup for the money you're spending. And the difference, we will charge you on that. So you minus the 10% from the 30,000, 3,000, right? What you're left with? 27,000. You charge 2% on that. As opposed to what the UNC is charging, 30,000, you're paying 3.5% on 30,000. No deductions, no exclusions for any money that you spent to update or maintain the house. None. You get 30,000, pay 3.5% of 30,000. The PNM say minus 10% from that 30,000 and pay 2% on the difference. In which, who come out better? Under the PNM or under the UNC? I'm just asking that question. So I see someone saying here, we understand the tax, it's the rental value assessor, assessing property value by the kind of titles that we have. What's the difference now? They're just charging you a fee, regardless of the type of title you have. All they want to know, you get money. How much rent you collect? Tax on that. We don't care the title you have, the type of title you have, the UNC couldn't care about that. You get money, you're renting a property, come and pay 3.5%. Once is more than 20,000. 20,000 or less, 2.5%. We don't care the figure. All right? They're not looking at title. They just want to see how much money you get. Will it work? No, it wouldn't. Because if I have 5 properties rented that the government doesn't know about, you feel like going to tell the government I rented 5 properties? Now, if they know I'm a landlord, guess what I'm going to do? I'll report 2 of the properties. And the next 3, I'm nothing to say. Because I decided I'm going to buy a house, then rent it out. I have an apartment here. I rent that out. How the government knowing? How are they going to know? You're going to go in the building and ask everybody, anybody here renting? Anybody here renting? You're renting? Who's your landlord? We just need to make sure. What's the landlord name? All right, so we're going to check. Well, you check this name in the system there. We have anybody by that name in the system? No? You know where your landlord lives in? You have his address? You have a contact number for the landlord? You can share it with us, please. We need to contact the landlord because he hasn't come in yet to register to pay the $2,500 and start paying his taxes on how much ever. How much he charging you for this? $4,000 a month? All right, thanks for that. Are they going to do that? You're going to go to every house? Morning. Are you the owner here? You're the owner? All right, no problem. You could provide proof that you are the owner, please. You have your deed. I just need to see the deed on your ID card to prove that you are in fact the owner and not a tenant. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So they're just on nonsense. They're desperate to find revenue any which way that they could, and they come up with this. So listen, even if we get something, it's better than nothing, because it gives them an excuse now for the properties that are evident, obvious. So the people who put up, you could drive past and you know that. Listen, that is that building there. Those are apartments, rented apartments. You can't hide that. So these people, you're out in the glare, you can't hide that. But when you drive in and you see an ordinary house in a neighborhood like Diamondville, you don't know who renting, you don't know who living in the house. You can't go to every house and ask people to provide you with proof to show that they are not tenants and that they are the owners. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But the supporters going to support that. You're paying more now than you were paying under the PNM. All how you're trying to defend it. You cannot defend that. But as I said, the government is going to find itself in litigation, because once the person is earning less than $90,000, whether it's rental income, whether it is emolument income, the law says they are not required to pay any tax on that. You cannot come now and tell them that they are required to pay a tax on it if it's under 90,000. So the landlords who make it over 90,000, of course, you could catch them. More than likely, these persons are already registered with the state and are paying corporate tax on their rental income. So the mall owners, they can't hide. Most of the malls, if not all of the malls, would be under a limited liability company name. So they're registered with the ministry. All right, so you can't hide. Their monies have to go into their bank accounts, and they have to do their accounts and so on, and you pay the Board of Inland Revenue accordingly. Because if you don't come, the Board of Inland Revenue will come and look for you. That is why a certain proprietor of a certain cinema complex found himself in a situation owing tens of millions of dollars to the state, 90-something million. Another radio station owner owing $30-something million, right? Who has a food establishment in Port of Spain that has multiple food vendors who paying rent every month and is earning rent there. These people registered under limited liability companies, so they're already in the sight of the state, so they can't hide. But that has not prevented them from trying to get around or being negligent with respect to their tax liability. That is why they found themselves in their circumstance that they did. But make no mistake, this is property tax. You are earning income from your property, and it's on the annual rental value. So the PNM said the annual rental value is the same thing. How much you would rent it for and how much you're renting it for is the same thing. As the law said, the old land and building taxes, what a tenant is paying or would pay. That's the only difference. So whether you're receiving it or not is the same figure. How much could you rent it for and how much are you renting it for? It is still the income. All right, except the other one, under the PNM, the property, they call it what it was. We are levying a tax on the property. The UNC says a tax on the income. Well, all right, we will see how that will work. Bet you they're going to have to come back and call it a property tax. Let me deal with NIB, because I know a lot of people are concerned about that. Amendment to NIB rates. To save this critical institution from bankruptcy and preserve the benefits for future generations, we must increase the contribution rate. To minimize the burden on contributors, I propose a phased approach, implementing a 3% increase in the contribution rates effective January 5th, 2026, followed by another 3% increase from January 4th, 2027. So a 45% increase over 2 years. Gradual adjustment to the retirement age for a full NIS pension. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, beginning in January 2028, the age at which a person can receive a full NIS retirement pension will gradually increase over a 10-year period. Mind you, the last actuarial report that spoke to this issue recommended that this increase in retirement age from 60 to 60, well, the pensionable age to receive the full pension from 60 to 65, that it be done over 36 years. 36 years, not 10 years as the government is proposing to implement. 36 years. Just putting that out there, all right? They were proposing by 2060 not 2036. So I don't know if the government got confused and thought that 36 years meant 2036. There will be no change for anyone who retires at age 60 before January 1st, 2028. These retirees will continue to qualify for a full NIS pension with a minimum of $3,000 at age 60. Furthermore, existing pensioners will not be affected by the change. Starting January 2028, the age for a full NIS pension will increase by 1 year every 2 years until it reaches 65 in 2036. This means that to access the full minimum pension of $3,000 from January 1st, 2028 to December 31st, 2029, a retiree must be 61 years of age. From January 1st, 2030 to December 31st, 2031, a retiree must be 32. From January 1, 2032 to December 31st, 2033, the retiree must be 63. From January 1st, 2034 to December 31st, 2035, you must be 64. And from January 1st, 2036 onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age. So what that means is that from the 1st of January 2036, if you want a pension of $3,000, you must be 65 years old. All right? If you are less than 65 years old, you will not qualify for a pension of $3,000. You will only get, depending on which age you are, starting from age 60. You can't get anything before age 60. If you are age 60, you will qualify for a pension of $2,500 for the rest of your life. If you want $2,600, you need to wait 1 year until you turn 61. If you want $2,700, you need to wait 2 years until you are age 62. You want $2,800, you need to wait 3 years until you are age 63. You want $2,900, you need to wait 4 years until you are 64. And if you want $3,000, you need to wait until you are 65. Okay? But you have the option, you could take it at age 60. You get $2,500 for the rest of your life. What the government has successfully done is reduce the NIS pension from $3,000 a month to $2,500 a month to try and save the fund. All right? Understand, that is what they've done effectively. Reduce it from $3,000 to $2,500. Now remember, it was under the UNC that the NIS pension was increased to the $3,000 a month, right? And the thinking then was that a pensioner could not survive on less than $3,000 a month, given the cost of living then. Some 13 to 15 years ago, they tell you, a pensioner, a senior citizen, a retiree cannot live on less than $3,000 a month. But now, they come to tell you in 2036, 11 years from now, when, because of inflation, the cost of living is going to go up, a pensioner is expected to be able to live on $2,500 a month in 2036, when he couldn't live on $3,000 on less than $3,000 a month in 2011, 2012, 2013. He can now live on $2,500 a month or less than $3,000 a month in 2036. Persons like myself, right, who are still some 20 years off from pension, we telling ourselves, by the time we reach there, hopefully, it would not be $3,000 a month, but maybe by then it would be $5,000 a month, because we know with cost of living and inflation, what $3,000 could do today, it will not be able to do 20 years from now, 25 years from now. All right? Just as what $1,000 could have done in 1960, it definitely cannot do that in 2025. We know that. That is how it works. The purchasing power of money, the real value of money depreciates and devalues over time because of inflation as prices of everything goes up. So what we are being told is that 10 years from now, I can expect, well, thank God I wouldn't be pensionable just yet, but 10 years from now, when I was hoping that 20 years from now, 25 years from now, that when it's time for me to collect this NIS pension, that it would go up. I am now to understand that it will be less than what it is today, or at the very best, the same thing that it is today. So I am at a disadvantage. So I must now ensure that I engage other forms of retirement income. Because if I intend, and I don't, I already started being a financial advisor, putting things in place already for my retirement income, and I don't intend to wait until I am 60 and 65 to retire. All right? Retirement is not an age. If you put proper planning and structure in place so that you could retire at 50 and you achieve it and you have sufficient assets to retire at 50, you can. You want to retire at 55, you plan for that so that you have sufficient assets and income to be able to retire at 55. There is nothing that says you can't retire at 55. I do not intend to wait till 60 and 65. Makes no sense. Because by that time, you reach that age, there's all kind of aches and pains. You can't do nothing. You can't really go anywhere. And I know it. My mother had planned to do that. She said, when I reach 65, I'm going to retire and I'm going to travel and do this and do that. That was her plan. She was saving towards that. At 62, she got a stroke. And by 65, she was deceased. So all the plans that she made for 65 to retire and save money for this and money for that and to do this and do that came to naught. So don't set your mind, let not your retirement be based on age. You didn't give yourself life. None of us knows the date or the time when our number would be called. Enjoy your life now. This man has a song, Ninja has a Christmas poem called Pensioner's Anthem. Spend your money, bend your back. Don't let arthritis keep your back. When you're whining, you don't save money for, anyway, we'll talk that talk on another occasion. But what this does is now brings to the fore the need to engage in proper retirement planning. So if your children don't start to work, let them know what the situation is, please, that they need to start putting aside something now, and not just regular annuities. They need to invest in other things. So those of you who have money put away when the NIF bond come out, even though the government plan to pick your pocket, still invest in that. There are a number of investments right now paying decent rates of return that you could invest in. Look for alternative sources of income. So those of you who just studied NIS, and I will get the senior citizens grant. No, remember senior citizens grant is means tested. You are not guaranteed to get it. So you may very well find yourself at age 60 or 65 with $2,500 a month. And worst yet, if you don't own your own property and you're renting, pressure. So if you know that you plan to make your children your retirement income, well, start to make children like mad now. The more you have, the better. You might get 1 or 2 out of 5 or 6 of them who might actually come back and take care of you. Yeah, but for those of you who only have one, you might know the problems. I know I have some family members right now who they're just watching and waiting for their parents to die. Sad to say. They find you're around too long and they're taking too long to give them the inheritance. We hear that all the time. In the field that I am in, trust me, I hear it. When people come and say, listen, I want to change my beneficiary, yes, because the way them things going, I might get something in my food. But anyway, the point I'm making, I do not foresee anybody opting to wait till age 65 to get a pension of $3,000. It would be foolish to do that. If you qualify for the $2,500 at age 60, take it. And I say if you qualify, that is on the assumption that you have sufficient contributions, the 750, and who knows, maybe in the course of the next 5 years, they might come and tell you you need 800 contributions or 900 contributions to be able to qualify for a pension. Because what they've done here is just give the fund a lifeline, a life jacket. It does not fix the problem. It simply gives the fund a few more years of life and kicks the can down the road to fix the problem. This is just one measure to assist. Other things need to be done. The government needs to find creative and sensible ways to improve the income generation capacity of NIB. So all these billions of dollars that they have sitting there, there are certain restrictions, legal restrictions, which prevents the fund managers from being able to invest in investment instruments that could bring them a decent rate of return. Things like equities, right? And income funds and the like, which the international equities market right now is doing very well. AI stocks, tech stocks, and so on are just ballooning. Companies like Oklo and Nvidia and all of these AI, as AI continues to evolve and companies continue to come out and offer different things in AI, these are the stocks that you want to be looking to invest in now. Look at this Oklo stock in the space of about a month and a half, went from 80 to 80 something dollars to now the last price I checked was 174. I haven't checked it in the last couple of days. All right. So I try to see if it is I could get in some of that. But of course, you're going to, unless you're going through one of those local companies that may have these stocks in an ETF or in one of their investment funds, their income funds or their mutual funds, if you want to be able to invest directly in these stocks and take advantage now of the appreciation, stocks like Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, you may need to open a brokerage account in the United States. I would recommend Charles Schwab. That's the one that I have opted for, right? So next time I head up the road is for me to finalize that, because it's a little technical to do it from Trinidad. It can be done, but it's a little more lengthy than if you do it in the United States, all right? And you don't need to be a citizen of the US, so you could do some research, look into that. And if you have some US that you could get, we have access to, by all means, I suggest you don't need to start with much, you can start with 1,000 US, 1,500, 2,000 US, and you're collecting your dividends, and just reinvest the dividends into perhaps some other investment vehicle, ring fence your gains, so you can put it in a mutual fund, or as I said, SPDR, ETF, or whatever it is. So as you get your dividends, don't spend it. Put it into another investment. But that's what you need to do. Because you see this? It's not making no sense. $2,500 a month in 2036, 2040, you had to be crazy. So as I was making the point, nobody is going to want to wait until 65. Because if you turn 60 and you could get 2,500, but you say you want to play greedy and you will wait until age 65 to get the 3,000, which is just an additional $500 a month, it means that the income that you would forfeit between age 60 to 65, which works out to $162,000, you lose. You give up $162,000 over that 5-year period, waiting to get $3,000 a month at age 65. It is foolish to do that. Foolish to do that. Slimy Shwaka, I agree with you. He's saying forget stocks and invest in Bitcoin or crypto. Why can't I invest in both? You see the precipitous dip that Bitcoin went from 122,000 to what is, let me just check here. Yeah, on Binance. Just saying. Let me get it here. Let's pull it up. How much it is now? 108,000. Ethereum is 3,009. Ethereum had reached as high as $4,800 just a couple of weeks ago. Now it's down to 3,009 and Bitcoin is at 108,000. XRP, 239. Just the other day, XRP had crossed $3 for one. The crypto market, I'm not saying that you shouldn't invest in it, it's just that the crypto market is extremely volatile. Right? And if it is that you don't have the patience, right, or you don't have the heart for that, because this is a long-term thing. Right? If it is that you just want to jump in, make some money and jump out, you could do that, time the market. You have the option, you could do that if you have money to play with. But if it is that this is all your income, I'm saying don't put all your eggs in one basket. Yes, you could invest in crypto if you're in for the long haul. You could invest in stocks, you could invest in bonds. You have a variety of different investment instruments, a lot of which is not available on the local market. And as I said, you may need to engage the US market and other markets to be able to do so. All right? So, but don't stick to one thing. So any one thing, right? So what I'm saying, if you wait till 65 and you could qualify and you have sufficient contributions at age 60 to get 2,500 a month, take it. If you want to wait an extra year to get 2,600, do that. Just know that the $30,000 that you would have made at age 60, between age 60 and 61, you lose that. So it makes more sense, take the 2,500 and you just lose 30,000 because you'll be losing $500 a month from age 60 to 65, which works out to 30,000 over that 5-year period, rather than you decide to play licorice, wait till 65, and the 30,000 that you would have gotten between age 60 and 61, and then the 31,200 that you would have gotten between age 61 and 62, and then the 32,400 that you would have gotten between age 62 and age 63, you give up all of that. BIR keeps that, and you lose 162,000 over 5 years. Doesn't make sense. Now, what currently obtains is that if you qualify for the senior citizens grant and you are in receipt of the NIS pension of $3,000, that's your income. Even if you have income from other sources, once it's under $5,005 and you can qualify, again, it's means tested, you're entitled to get the difference to make up the balance to the $5,500, which is the income ceiling, the retirement income ceiling, based on what the state says. Persons are asking, if I take the $2,500 at age 60, and I qualify for a senior citizens grant, would I be able to get $3,000 instead of the max limit right now, which is $2,005 because NIS pension is $3,000? Would I be able to get $3,000 from senior citizens grant to take me to the $5,005, so I'm in the same position that I would have been if I had gotten the $3,000 pension? I asked that question in the Parliament. I was hoping the minister would have addressed it. He did not. I was hoping the Minister of Social Development would have addressed it. She did not, because she did not speak. I don't know if any of them plan to go to the Senate and speak and perhaps elucidate on that. But if they don't, I don't know what to tell you. I can continue to advocate in the Parliament, pose the question, and hope that they ask. We will try and see if in the Standing Finance Committee that starts on Tuesday, if somehow we could ask the question. However, if based on how things went on Friday, I verily believe that the same thing that happened in the media review is going to happen over the course of the next week, because we're in Standing Finance Committee from Tuesday until Saturday. All right, so next week, Saturday, we will be in Parliament from 10 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock in the night, going through all of these big yellow books, line by line, line item by line item, subhead by subhead, asking the government, which I think is an exercise in futility. Because those of you who would have followed the media review would have seen what happened. Same exercise. We asking them questions and allocations, and they say, we will consider giving you the answer. No commitment, unlike when the PNM was in office, and we had to go through this exercise, and the UNC would put questions to the ministers. The ministers would say, I don't have the information in front of me right now, but I can provide it to you in writing. No problem. So I give a commitment to give you the answer. They're telling us, we will consider giving you the answer. So if after consideration, they say, we ain't giving all no answer, we can do nothing. We have no recourse. We asked the speaker about it, and the speaker says it's in the minister's discretion. If the minister has access to the information to give all, and if they don't have access to it, well, hard luck, sock salt. He is not going to put any obligation on them to give us the answers. So we will have to address that in the committee that deals with the Joint Select Committee, standing committee that deals with the regulation of house business, right? And perhaps make an amendment to the standing orders that compels ministers to give the information to members of the opposition when we request it, rather than giving them the freedom and the leeway to say they will consider giving it to us and then don't. It is not in the best interest of the people. Because if you make an allocation, because the same way when in the last budget, when there was an allocation for $50 million under the office of the Prime Minister under entertainment, and the UNC and the supporters were saying, Rowley going to spend $50 million to Fed and to buy alcohol and all of that. Guess what? The Standing Finance Committee allowed for the opposition to ask questions for specifics on how this money was going to be spent. And Dr. Rowley didn't say, well, he didn't present. Stuart Chung didn't say, well, I will consider. Colmember didn't say, I will consider giving you the answer. Stuart Chung had the answer and he gave it. And when they wanted more information, what information he didn't have, he gave the commitment that he would provide it to them in writing. So they knew what that 50 million was for. They knew it was not for party and fete. They knew that was money. Part of it, a significant part, was to pay to UDCOT for the maintenance of all of these heritage buildings like Whitehall and Millefleur and Stallmeyer's Castle and this other building around the Savannah there where the National Operations Center is. Can't remember the name of it right now, right? That's the one just after Napa. All of these buildings, the National Museum that is still under renovation and so on, right? The President's House, all of these buildings, UDCOT still has a responsibility for maintenance of these buildings. And they were spending it from them consultancy fees that they would have gotten from other state projects, and the government was owing them that money and they were repaid. So the UNC knew that. But they didn't stop them from going out there and doing what was convenient to them to win an election, to lie and say that was money for Rowley to spend on party and fete. Right? So it's unfortunate. So I'm just saying, some of the other things that needs to be done, how do you're going to have to go after those errant employers who do not pay their share of it. And let me say this, and this is from my own word. So Joe Taylor is saying, when this new NS plan comes to play, I would turn 60 by 2026. So you are one of the fortunate ones, Joe, because this comes into effect from the 1st of January 2028. So persons who turn 60 up until and who can apply for and get their pension before the 1st of January 2028, you will be the last set of people who will be getting $3,000 pension. Persons who turn 60 after January 1st, 2028 will only be entitled to $2,500. Yeah, so you're safe. You were born in the right time, the right year, right? So I was saying one of the things that the government needs to do is to go after errant business owners who are deducting monies from their employee salary to pay NIS and they're not paying it. Now, I would tell you, based on my own experience and some of having had discussions with some of my corporate clients, one of the issues that they have, and it's not that they deliberately withhold these monies, some of them have serious cash flow issues. Some of them do business with the government, and as you know, the government takes forever and a day to pay for whatever reason. I have a friend of mine who did some work for the police service for Carnival. She's a caterer, and she would have provided meals for some officers for Carnival. We are in October, and she's still waiting to get her money. Right? Still waiting for her money. 7-8 months later, she still has not been paid. She has expenses. She took her money to spend to buy the ingredients to provide these meals, and 8 months later, she's still unable to recoup the money that she spent. Now, if she has staff, right, who assist with cooking the meals and so on, she has to find money every month to pay them, to pay her 2/3 and their 1/3. But when you have state entities that are owing and are taking forever and a day to pay, you put these people in jeopardy. So it's not that they don't want to pay. Some of them genuinely cannot pay because they have cash flow issues. Some of them are running their business day to day based on overdraft facilities in the bank, and the overdraft facilities are up to the max. I recall when I used to work in Republic Bank, and many times workers would come to cash checks. And when you go into the system, overdraft exceeded. And you now have to go and call the commercial credit department in long circular to let them know, well, we have a check here from this company for this amount and his salary. What to do? Should we go ahead and pay? They ask, is there any uncleared effects on the account? Is it that monies were deposited, checks, and the checks are waiting to be cleared? No, there's nothing on hold on the account. All right. They have to now go call the business owner to find out, well, what's going on? Do you have accounts receivables coming in? You have money outside that's going to come in soon to cover this, because if we're going to extend you further credit, we need to know where the money is coming from. And if they are not saying all this, they would call us back and say, no, do not pay. Give back the customer the check. Let them go and talk to the issue of the check and see what they can sort out. So it is not that these businesses just greedy and they don't want it. They have genuine cash flow issues which prevents them from being able to pay. And their primary main priority is to see if they could pay their staff salaries and see if they could hold out for how long. Now, when the government, the previous administration, in recognition of this fact, imposed or implemented an amnesty that would allow these business owners to pay up what they're outstanding, absent penalties, right? Absent interest and absent penalties to help them. The UNC took the government to task. The same Dave Tanku come and say, oh, he encouraging lawlessness and that he bringing policy in place to benefit people who break in the law and all of that, when some of these businesses really going through it. And I said before, plenty of them doing business with the government, and it takes forever for them to get paid. And it impacts their cash flow and their ability to run their businesses, and they have to be looking for credit all over the place. Some of them who have life insurance policies and have to go and cash in their life insurance policies so they can access the cash value to be able to just meet payroll or to pay their creditors. It's real. So it's not that they're doing this thing deliberately and they're just errant. It's because there's circumstance. But the same Tanku, when he became Minister of Finance, extended the very same amnesty from the 5th of May to the 2nd of August. Same Tanku. Because in opposition, it was convenient for you to come and say that. And you come into government and you understand why it was done and the purpose for which it was done. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, you feel you will ever come and say that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just hope. Now, with respect to the 10% offered to public servants, this very document, please know that monies have not been allocated for that. The government simply instructed the CPO to go back to the negotiating table with the PSA and start negotiations at 10%. Start negotiations and not pay 10%. Put 10 on the table, which means the PSA could say we want 11, we want 12. We want 13. We're starting at 10, so they can't get less than 10. Can't go below 10, but they could negotiate and request more than 10. They most likely will not, because Felicia Holder has said that she intends to wrap up negotiations. She's already written to the CPO indicating that they are ready to come to the negotiation table, and she expects to have this wrapped up before Christmas so that her members can have the money in time for Christmas to meet with all of the increased costs that this government has now imposed on them through these various taxes that they don't want to call taxes. All right? So most likely they will accept the 10. Monies has not been allocated to pay that 10. You already recall when Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa was asked the question a couple of months ago, where is the money going to come from to pay the 10%? She said, God's willing, we will find it. They still have not found it. They just have an idea, but they have not found it. All right? And let me just quote that for you. Where is it? Where is it? This one. Where's this thing, right? It's the wrong book. Well, it's not the wrong book I have. It's just that the one that I used for the debate, I had all of my talking points marked off. And this is another one because I left that one in the car and I'm really not going back outside right now together. For far too long, public officers, the backbone of our nation's workforce, have been made to carry the weight of the former government's neglect and indifference. The government is taking this bold and historic step to restore justice, dignity, and respect to the hardworking men and women of the public service. After 9 long years of stagnation, we are committed to finally bringing all parties back to the bargaining table to address this long overdue injustice. On the completion of the bargaining process, we will work, here it is, on the completion of the bargaining process, we will work with Republic Bank, First Citizens Bank, and the National Insurance Board to find a comprehensive solution to discharge this national obligation. This government is focused on delivery and not delay, workers' rights and workers' neglect and appreciation and not excuses. You understand? So they've given instruction to the CPO to sit down at the negotiating table with the PSA. However, other unions who would have already settled are now saying they want to return to the negotiating table. So more than likely that might end up in industrial court. I am no industrial relations expert, so I can't comment on that. Jenny is more the expert on that than I am. Suffice it to say that no money has been allocated for that. That is an expense. That is a liability that the government will have. So that when Tanko announces in this document that the deficit is just going to be 3-point-something billion, he is telling tears out of school. Because when that liability comes due, all right, and maybe Felicia might be a bit overly optimistic in believing that they're going to get this money before Christmas, because the government still has not identified where it's coming from. All they simply say here, we will work with Republic, First Citizens Bank, and National Insurance Board. Interestingly, the government is majority stakeholder in all of these entities. So whether they are going to appoint people to these boards to make it easier for them to be able to raid the finances of these institutions is what we should be concerned about. Because we saw the debacle that existed the other day with Ms. Karen Dabisi, outgoing CEO of First Citizens Bank, and the Bacchanal, the board that refused to that refused the instructions of the Minister of Planning, Mr. Surat Singh, who wanted the woman to sign however it went, right? As a resignation or retirement as opposed to whatever. We saw the interference there. And now they've put in a board that they can control. Mr. Tanku also made mention of them intending to do the same thing. Page 13 of 66, and it reads, we will ensure that productive sectors have access to foreign exchange. We have installed new boards at the First Citizens Bank, at the Exim Bank, and we will move to install a majority of directors at Republic Bank Limited. You see, that statement should be a cause of concern, not just for customers of Republic Bank, but you, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, who are shareholders by proxy of Republic Bank. The government is simply the custodian of the shareholding of Republic Bank, which belongs to you, the citizens. And when the minister could put in a budget statement, we will move to install a majority of directors, and we have never heard that before. Even if the government is so entitled, Republic Bank, based on how they have operated over the years without interference from the political directorate, is why the bank is so successful. why they were able to grow their asset base from 118 billion to 127 billion in the space of 12 months because of a lack of government interference. But when you look at the quality of people that this government has been putting to sit on major state boards, councillors who don't know beef from bullfoot in corporate governance, and you putting these people to sit on state boards to make directions, to make decisions on matters they know nothing about, have no experience in, but just because jobs for the boys, how the hell you could do that? Put somebody like Vanessa Kusi, who was a housewife, who went and ran for local government and is a councillor, and you would put her on the board of Plebdeco? What is her background? Plebdeco is an entity that generates income. I am concerned. I have no confidence in this government and the quality of people that they have been appointing to some of these boards. I don't care if you have a bachelor's or whatever, if your background is not in finance and somebody's like Republic Bank, all right, when that conversation is being had and when you want to put a majority of people on the board and people, some of whom don't know nothing, because there's only so many boards, you could put Shankar Bidesi to serve on, all right? When you look at who are the past chairmen of Republic Bank and the caliber and the quality of people who currently sit as directors on Republic Bank, that is what you want. Captains of industry, not councillors who just decide they want to represent. And some of them don't have even basic CXC. But you want to put them on a major state board to do what? To do your bidding? So you could just tell them, do this, do that, and they are like rubber stamps because they don't know better and they don't know the impact that is going to have on the institution. You need to have investor confidence in these institutions. Republic Bank is a well-run institution. Why come to interfere in Republic Bank's governance structure by putting a set of lackeys on the board so that when you need money to be able to satisfy your foolish election promises because you want to satisfy Felicia Holder, whatever the hell her name is, so you want to put people on the board, so if you need X amount of billions of dollars to be able to pay them, you could just instruct the board to authorize it and it is done. Nonsense. You cannot be doing those things. So you're coming to manipulate these boards after you have now levied this surcharge on these institutions, right? Of 0.25% on their assets. So Republic Bank in the first year will have to pay 317 million and First Citizens 120 million. You all would recall in 2020 when Kamala was talking about idle cash balances in NIB and idle cash balances in UTC. UTC is not mentioned here, but understand that if when they go to NIB, which they're telling us is now in trouble, if they cannot access NIB money, where do you think they're going to go next? UTC, you all were warned. They said it. It was in the manifesto. You were told. Your little kakada that you have sitting on in UTC. Be wary. They told you that in 2020. Now they mention it here. Not UTC, Republic Bank, First Citizens Bank, NIB. They're going to work with these institutions to get the money to pay, back pay, to the tune of billions of dollars. NIB can ill afford right now to spend any money. I don't know nothing but no idle cash balance. They can ill afford. What they should be doing, if they have any idle cash balances, that money right now should be focused on investment instruments that can generate the best amount of income in the shortest period of time. Not the foolish decisions that they made like last time when the UNC was in office between 2010 to 2015 when NIB purchased a Thai restaurant around the savannah for $37 million when the restaurant was valued at less than half that, 16 point some odd million dollars. And then they spent up with $5 million to upgrade the restaurant, to rent it back to the very people that they bought it from. And that misadventure didn't end well because the tenants, the former owners, we heard were not paying the rent and they were behind on rent and they had all these issues and that issue and so on. And eventually NIB had to foreclose. It went to court. NIB won, but they ended up losing because the restaurant was eventually sold for less than what it is they paid for it. So $42 million of contributions, your contributions, that should have been earning interest and improving the lot of the fund was spent to purchase this restaurant. Who advised that? But that was a decision that was made by a board that was appointed by the United National Congress People's Partnership government. And when you appoint incompetent people just to do your bidding and they make decisions, reckless decisions like this, what is the outcome? We see it today. That you, who have been contributing for how many years, you who were telling yourself, well, when I reach 60, I will get my NIS pension. But because I was contributing at the highest earnings class, and I have well over 750 contributions because I started working from very young, and I have 1,000 contributions or 1,200 contributions, so I will be entitled to increments. So I'm going to get a pension of more than $3,000. Now with this development, only to learn that you may not even get $3,000. And if you do get $3,000, it is the difference that would make up that 3,000 is your increments that you should have been getting to take it maybe to $3,500 or $4,000. It now has to be applied to make up for the shortfall of the $500 that it is reduced by, unless you're willing to wait until you're age 65. And I already told you why that would be foolish. If you have the requisite number of contributions at age 60 to qualify for the pension, take the $2,500. It just means now that if you're entitled to increments, that instead of $4,200 or $4,500, you might now just get $3,500. All right, or $3,200. So you need to find ways to make up for these increments that you were banking on that is now reduced. All right, but I am concerned about these institutions and the quality of people. Like when you have a director of the Exim Bank making statements like this, and I referenced it in the budget. A gentleman by the name of Joseph Ridge Paul, who was appointed a director of the Exim Bank. This is what he posted on Facebook. Why that short dwarf and how she dwen crooked teeth mouth? He couldn't find $500 million to continue CDAP. Where Dr. the Honorable Bodo find the money and expand the list to give better drugs to 300,000 citizens. It was under Yalada, nasty PNM. This is a director on the board of the Exim Bank that the UNC government of today appointed. Is coming on Facebook and saying these things. How the hell am I supposed to have confidence in that board when one of your directors who is being paid every month from taxpayers' money could come on Facebook and show that he is anti-PNM in this way? The Exim Bank has customers, and I don't know why it is UNC supporters and that government believe that when you all in power that anybody who supports any other party are not just PNM, that they are not entitled to anything? Rubbish. If those are your thoughts, keep it to yourself. You could express it in your private circles where nobody knows. But these are the kind of things, public statements from a director of a state enterprise that is going to erode public confidence in the institution. You're not right in your head. But they have no problem yet. Do you think they condemn that? If it was Dr. Rowley, he would have been cast off that board a long time, removed. But the UNC have no problem with keeping him there because that's what they like. Jam the PNM, give it to them, yes, nasty PNM. That's your government, that's professionalism. Penalties on offenses. I feel like this will be the last one I'll cover because it's already 4 o'clock. Maybe in another day I'll touch the others. To ensure stricter adherence to the law, we propose more rigorous consequences for non-compliance. Consequently, the following is proposed. Environmental tire tax existing 3,000, proposed 5,000. So make sure your tires in good order. Brewers existing 4,000, proposed $10,000. This is the one. Careless driving existing no fee, which is not true because based on what MP Scotland would have mentioned, based on the current laws, there's a charge of $1,000 for careless driving. Now proposed fee $15,000. Who defines careless driving? What is careless driving? Is it that you're going to leave it up to the discretion of the police officer? So one police officer might consider careless driving to be you're swerving on the road, reckless driving, thing like that. Okay. But for the police officer who might consider careless driving to be I don't even know what to think about. Might be the simplest of things. Okay? So you're driving, your child on the back seat, child in the car seat, but he knows because these children these days they're real bright. So you driving, child sit down in the car seat and he unbuckle it and he come out. Police behind you. And the child come out and he stand up between the two seats. Go back in your car seat. Go back in it. And you're looking for an opportunity to pull this side to strap him back up. And same time, the police see the child in the back. Woo, pull aside. Reckless driving, license and insurance, ticket in your waist, 15,000. 15,000, right? Just the other day, we saw the government, the Minister of Homeland Security, reward and acknowledge 5 police officers for issuing close to 5,000 fixed penalty notices for various traffic offenses. 5,000 traffic tickets. So what that did was they declared open season on motorists because the officers realized, no, well, hey, but if you ride the more ticket you ride, yeah, you're getting rewarded. Well, buy ticket, go in and share like that. Licks. $15,000 at a time when people all the time under the PNM, they're saying the issuance of tickets is because it's a revenue generating measure for the government. These fines weren't there. Well, it was vexed with demerit points. They're too wicked. Rowley and them wicked. Demerit points. When this government came and they suspended the demerit point system, they kept 6 offenses. Kamala's complaint was the issue with the demerit point system was that it was double jeopardy. When you commit an offense, they're charging you a fine, and then they also they would also give you demerit points. Right? So they impose demerit points. So you get punished twice, a fine and demerit points. That was unfair. So they got rid of the system, suspended it. They didn't repeal it. Suspended the system, and they said we're keeping 6 offenses. One of the offenses is driving or being in charge of a vehicle while blood alcohol levels exceed the prescribed limit. Those are one of the offenses. Now, they've removed now they maintain the demerit point system for that. But now, they're saying demerit points and 15,000 if you're driving a car and your blood alcohol level is above the limit. Same double jeopardy that they had an issue with. So now they're saying the fine has gone up to 15,000 and you're still getting demerit points in your waist. Same double jeopardy. So why did you cancel the demerit point system? Why? When you are now imposing a much higher fine. And here's the kicker. This increase in penalties, or these increases in penalties, will contribute an additional $180 million to revenues. So the government then sit down and work out, well, how many tickets we expect to get for careless driving, how many tickets we expect to be issued for driving with blood alcohol levels, how many tickets we expect to issue for driving while disqualified from holding or obtaining a driver's permit, right? Okay, so if we issue this amount of tickets for this offense, and this amount of tickets for this offense, and this amount of tickets for this offense, we will get 180 million. All right, so the police know what they need to do. The traffic wardens know what they need to do. Because the government tell you they expect to get $180 million a year. How can you bank on? So it means that you are counting on people breaking the law. You are counting on generating revenue from people breaking the law. So in order for you to make money, to discharge the duties of state and the duties of government, you need citizens to go and engage in breaking the law. And you include that in your revenue. $180 million. So you don't expect that already. So this has now, so this clearly, this tax or these penalties are not intended to be a deterrent. They are intended to be punitive, when penalties should be serving as a deterrent. Discourage people from breaking the law. The idea that $15,000 but in this Goba season, not me, no? Me about with that. Let me behave myself. No, you hoping that the person will break the law and get a ticket for $15,000 so that you could make $180 million in revenue to pay for certain things. When the demerit point system was meant to be a deterrent, because you don't want to lose your license. And you know if you get a certain amount of demerit points, you will lose your license. So you say, see me ain't going on a bus route. Bus route is $2,000 and 6 demerit points. I could pay the 2,000, but you see that 6 demerit points, I can't handle that. Because if I get 6 more or 8 more, two misadventures on the bus route and that's it, my license gone. Not me and no bus route now, I go take the traffic on the highway and the main road. That is what the demerit point system was doing, serving as a deterrent. You don't want to have to lose your license and you can't drive your car. Your brand new nice car that you just buy. You don't want to have to park it up home out on foolishness by breaking the law unnecessarily. But they remove the demerit point. Says, I go pay the fine, nice small thing. I know, I'll pay the fine. I still get my license. So, man said, 2,000, small thing, I go take a chance. Driving alcohol, no fee, I go take a chance. $15,000 now. I'm a big shot. I have money. It's $15,000. I go fight it, yes? Let me take it. Let me take a chance. Right? But even if I had to pay it, so what? Yeah, money running. I have a big time contractor. Always $15,000. I spend more than that on alcohol for the week. To hell with that. I spend it. So just take note of that, right? So the government expects to get 180 million from this. They expect. And they would have had a formula that they would have used to calculate how many tickets need to be issued under each penalty for them to be able to make that 180 million. So when you get your ticket in your waist and no discretion and the police want to hear nothing, no, the license and insurance, understand why you're getting the ticket. And when it is that they give you a date to challenge 2 years and 3 years down the road, pressure on you, pressure in your waist. But this is the caring and loving government. Last one. Subsidy on liquefied petroleum gas. So they've reduced the subsidy by 50 cents per pound. All right. So the cost of the LPG 100-pound tanks will be going up. However, the 20-pound cylinders, which most people use, will remain the same. And they have under that, when UNC wins, households wins. I don't see how household win. You all didn't reduce the price of the 20-pound cylinder. It's what it's always been. So there is no change. There is no benefit to the citizens. So how the hell does household win? And for those households that use the 100-pound cylinders, they are paying more for it. So how are they winning? How are they winning? But you put in big and bold, when UNC wins, households win. Lord Father. All you vote for that. Still have 4 years and 4.5 years. No, 6 months gone, 3 months. Most likely they'll go the full gamut, 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days. So you still have 4 years and 9 months and 14 days to go. Yeah. Well, I could wrap my mind around the removal of tax on private pensions. So for those of you who have your private pensions with your banks, with your insurance companies, and I assume that this also covers those persons whose companies have private pension plans, and you're entitled to a pension from your employer, not the government, from your private sector employer, you will not pay tax on that income. As you know, as it currently obtains, those pensions are included as part of your income under retirement to determine whether or not you pay tax if your total retirement income is in excess of $7,500, which exceeds the $90,000 personal allowance, you would be required to pay tax. So I'm assuming, based on this measure, that if you have a personal pension, private pension, it will be excluded from your income, your taxable income calculation. So it helps you, right? So that no taxes on that. So that is good. It's good. I can endorse that. As a financial advisor, personally financial services, I will endorse that. One good thing they did. No problem. The other thing, the period paying initiative, and I verily believe that they came about that as a result of them, because they're listening to this podcast. Because I heard from time to time they would reference it, ministers of government would reference, they heard something from an opposition MP. They heard something. So if you didn't hear it in the parliament, and it wasn't in a press conference, only one other place you could hear, it's only one MP you could be referring to. Period poverty intervention. Period poverty continues to undermine the health and educational opportunities of women and girls in Trinidad and Tobago. Women and girls impacted by period poverty struggle to afford menstrual hygiene products. To this end, I propose the following strategic interventions to address the socio-economic issue. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services will collaborate to establish a women's health fund. The government will provide an initial seed capital of $5 million. We will also partner with other stakeholders to ensure the sustainability of this initiative. And this fund will be used to launch a pilot program to provide for the distribution of free menstrual kits in educational institutions, so schools, So I guess that's for the teenagers, and provide education and sensitization on menstrual health for various groups, including men and boys, to foster inclusivity and dismantle stigma. Tax incentive will be provided to encourage individuals and corporations to contribute to this fund. So you all would have heard me talk recently on numerous occasions about this 19-year-old former CPAP worker who couldn't afford sanitary napkins and had to use cloth. All right, so I imagine she could be a beneficiary under this initiative. So again, kudos for that as well. I am fair. If it makes sense, I say it makes sense. I ain't gonna come and attack everything. As I said, there wasn't really much for us to respond to, so them making I assume about we collapse and we didn't. I mean, there's only so much you could say. We come and repeat the same thing for you all to stand and standing with and say 48.6. It's 48.6. Whatever standing with we're being tediously repetitious. Yes, tediously repetitious. Brian, call me. I saw you were calling me earlier. Folks, as I said, it's been a while. Is it 772 or 770-1763? Remind me. I forget. It's been so long. Because I know I had stopped taking calls. Yes, let me see. Let me see what some of you all are saying. News source, aka Rhoda Barrett, was paid over $3.3 million at the taxpayers' expense, jail coming from many prime ministers. You see, and there's the same problem I have, right? I talk about so many things, and all Winston could come and talk about is Rhoda Barrett being paid $3.3 million. That's all he could come and talk about. Rhoda Barrett being paid. Nothing else. All the other things I talk about, no. Don't have a position on that. But talking about jail coming for former prime ministers and all this kind of foolishness. Get it together. Come on. Rhoda Barrett have all of her receipts. So let them go and audit. As she would have made the point. Since 2017 to whenever it is, she was employed, 2025. At no point in time did the Auditor General ever raise any issue because her contracts would have been reviewed by the auditors from the Auditor General's department and they would have been satisfied that everything was above board. It was never raised, no management letter, and it wasn't raised in the Auditor General's report. So there is no there, Winston. It was just Saddam wanting to present hot backs, as he said, hot bacchanal, because he had nothing of substance to speak about in respect to the budget provisions, which is what citizens want to hear. They fed up hearing about bacchanal and bus mark and coming in the budget baited to bus mark. And if it had any other mark to bus, they wouldn't have wrap up the debate on Friday night. They would have come and bust it. You understand? But that is what you all focus on. That is why you all shamelessly had the audacity, the temerity, the boldfacity, and the cojones to mention in the budget. Let me get it here. 1 second, Brian. Since you rubbed me the wrong way. To talk about the manatee field. You know, all your shameless, you know. As new fields come online, the development of the manatee field alone, with estimated reserves of more than 2 trillion cubic feet of gas, will be groundbreaking for our economy. Were they saying that when Stuart Young was doing shuttle work between Port of Spain, Washington, and Caracas? When Stuart was going to Venezuela to negotiate this, as he would have told us, it took a lot of work to be able to accomplish that. Because decoupling manatee from Loran was no easy task. Because the Venezuelans need to ensure that whatever is put in place, that Trinidad and Tobago doesn't find itself guilty of extracting gas from the Loran side of the field. Because it's one big field. I keep saying, there is no fence, there is no wall that separates Loran from Manatee. To say, well, okay, the gas on this side of the fence belongs to Venezuela, and the gas on this side belongs to Trinidad and Tobago. When the gas comes into the pipeline is not able to discern which gas gurgling in Spanish and which gas is coming in English. They say, well, hey, if you hear any molecules of gas, they're sounding like Espanol, send that back. We only want those that talk in Trini twang. All right? They can't do that. It's just one big field, mix up. And it took a lot of negotiations to be able to get Venezuela to agree to that. But when Stuart Chung was doing that, and when Stuart Chung was handling these complex negotiations, Rudal Munilal and the UNC executive hierarchy of the party, their priority, their main preoccupation wasn't that Stuart Chung is doing this for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago's economy. They weren't looking at how groundbreaking this would be for Trinidad and Tobago. You know what they were concerned about? How much time Stuart Chung went to Grenada, to Venezuela, who he talked to, who he met with, and how much it cost taxpayers for him to be making all of these trips. That was their preoccupation. Now they come into office and they want to big up this development. They had absolutely nothing to do with it, and they could only announce it because of what Stuart Chung did and what Keith Rowley did and what the PNM did. They could come and talk about it now, shamelessly. But when it was happening and it was in process and the complex negotiations were taking place, they were starting to bad talk and malign Stuart Chung and malign Rowley and rile up the population to say, look how much money they're spending, how many millions of dollars they're spending on travel, and Rowley always out of the country. And that was your priority. Today, you shameless wretches want to come and talk about Manatee and how it's going to be groundbreaking. We know that. We in the PNM knew that. So it might be a revelation for you all in the UNC because you were focused on the wrong things. But we in the PNM, we knew that all the time when it was taking place. That is why we were asking the citizens to continue to give Stuart Chung the wherewithal and the ability to negotiate these things on your behalf. But you all chose instead to give that responsibility to Rudal Munilal and Kamala Prasad Bisesa and Ernesto Keza. Well, so be it. So be it. All right. Let me get this thing here. One second, Brian. Let me just connect this thing here. Come on, nothing. Yes, they were also calling for sanctions on Dr. Rowley and Stuart Chung. Brian. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, good man.
Dominic, my humblest apologies for calling you in the midst of your
Quite all right.
discourse.
Quite all right.
But sometimes there's some things that even I don't understand, and I need clarification.
Right.
And that's why I was calling. But it's gone now, so I can't go back. I can't remember. But, there's so many things that we as a people, as human beings, misunderstand. But I want to say congratulations to your narrative during the debate. I listened to you carefully, and it was really fantastic what you spoke what you spoke about, and as well as I have to admit that the honorable opposition leader was very, very succinct and very, very she was very, very good. I have to admit that.
Yes.
I'm not one of her fans, but I have to admit that she was fantastic. I think all of those who spoke, Brian Manning, everybody who spoke was fantastic. And congratulations to all of you all who spoke. And I knew, I spoke to Mr. Chance, and I told him that because of the least amount of persons on your side, that they're going to wait until you would have exhausted all of those who would speak, and then eventually curtail it. That is why they would have started this thing in the middle of October, knowing fully well that there wasn't enough time. But I knew that's what they were going to do. And not only with that, coupled with that, they also have a convicted felon speaker, I call him, who will support them. And therefore, I don't expect much to happen during the Standing Finance Committee. Right?
Nor do I.
He will support them, and he will ensure that certain questions that you all are going to ask, pertinent questions, that is not going to go anywhere, because he is there to support them and ensure that certain questions are not answer,
Mm-hmm.
right? That cannot convicted felon speaker that is there. So people could say what they want. You understand? And I know it's not going to go anywhere. But it is what it is. Because if you don't vote, and we have been, that's why we were always telling Sister Jennifer and all of those who call that if you don't vote, this is what you have to expect.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing for the people. There's absolutely nothing. And I want to. And there's one little issue that I want to raise at that. You're talking about New Source and Rhoda Barrett and how much money she made, $3 million. But you know what they're not talking about? The $780 million that a certain minister of housing at the time, and you can't find one piece of brick, one piece of mortar. They're not talking about the handbag man who today now is leader of government business. And he and his mother got certain contracts worth over $15 million. They're talking about that. They're talking about a certain sister of a former prime minister who was able to travel around the world and had monies allotted to her to go to Australia, India, and all these other places. They're talking about that. They're talking about these things. They're talking about a woman who talk about getting Vicine when they come to Tobago, who got a contract getting $200,000 a month. They're talking about a former economist, not a former, a today economist who got to write one piece of paper and got $2 million. They don't talk about these things. But they're talking about Rhoda Barrett, who for 8 years only got $31,350 a month. She worked for it and she was under contract. But all those other people who got millions of dollars for working for next to nothing, they don't talk about these things. They don't talk about these things. You understand? Leader of government business who mother get a $15 million contract and can't answer no questions up to today. They don't talk about these things. They don't talk about these things. They don't talk about an EMBD issue where $400 million in the last 3 months before the election was given out to friends. They don't talk about these things. But they're talking about Rhoda Barrett. Really? For over 8 years? Working for $31,350 a month? That's what they're talking about?
Yep.
And the handbag man, who today is leader of government business, who don't give a damn about who on the other side, who's a apologetic racist. They don't talk about these things. They don't talk about these things. But I will talk about it. You understand? I will talk about it. But there are lots of things that you spoke about, Dominic, that, again, to go over what you said, I can't remember most of what you know, but it was very, very important and instructive because people have to understand at the end of the day, all you have to eat. When a minister, a former priest can tell you, stay home and cook.
Yes.
Because as far as he's concerned, you don't deserve to be in a restaurant. You don't deserve to carry your family or your husband or your wife out to enjoy a family meal and enjoy the finer things in life. When he can tell you that, he goes to tell you that all you was good for was a vote. And you're good for nothing else but just a simple vote. That you could stay home and eat melangen and rice and chicken if you could afford it. But to go in a restaurant and eat and enjoy the finer things and drink a glass of wine and celebrate an occasion, he's telling you, stay home and cook. It goes to tell you how they see you. I've always said, when you look at me, what do you see? I've always asked that question. When you look at me, what do you see? But there's so much to talk about, Dominic. There's so much. But I don't have time because others will want to call in. But Dominic, thank you very much for your discourse this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And I know you have a long week ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be looking on
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And I see a lot of their social media activists crying and complaining and cussing now that they ain't get nothing. And all the time they were telling them, wait for the budget has been read, and they still ain't get nothing, and who ain't no work, and who this and who that. Yellow was the code. You all supported that. So where you vexed now? What did you expect? You expect anything? You were used, abused, and cast aside. So I see someone is asking for further clarification on the NIS. So I did talk about that just now. I don't know if the person just joined, but basically, just in a nutshell, Jerry Moses, not today, not today. You heard me talk anything about race here, Jerry Moses? Are you an idiot or a marble? You come here with your foolishness to upset me. You heard me talk anything about race here, Jerry Moses? You know what? I've had enough of you. Let me find this here. Where is it? Where is Nigel? Nigel O'Connor. Nigel, I keep forgetting to add you. Keep doing that. Right, let me get this here. So, yeah. Right. I'm playing with Solia, not today. Don't come here with your nonsense to me. So just for the persons who was asking again, I would just give you a quick rundown. So from 2036, but it starts in 2028. If you turn 60, you will no longer be entitled to a pension of $3,000 at age 60. You will be entitled to a pension of $2,500 at age 60. If you want to get a pension of $3,000 per month, you will have to wait until you are 65. However, if you choose to take the reduced pension at an earlier age, so let's say at 60, you would be only entitled to a pension of $2,500, and you take the $2,500, your pension is frozen at $2,500 for the rest of your life. So it doesn't mean that, okay, I'll take $2,500 at 60, and then when I reach 25, I will get the $3,000. No. Once you take $2,500 at age 60, it remains $2,500 for the rest of your life. All right? If you want to get $3,000 a month, you have to wait until you are age 65 and apply for your pension at age 65, and then you will get $3,000. However, if you choose to do that, it means that the money that you would have gotten if you chose $2,500 at age 65, all right, at age 60, sorry, it means that the money that you would have gotten at age 61, 62, the $2,500 a month for each of those years, you would lose that money. You don't get it back, all right? Whereas if you take the $2,500 at age 60, all you would lose in that 5 years is $30,000, because you will lose $500 a month for 5 years. Well, every year going forward, right? But it would take you over 20 years to lose the, about 27 years or so, to lose the $162,000 that you would lose in 5 years if you choose to wait till age 65. Okay? So the only people who would really benefit from this extension to age 65 to start collecting your pension are those persons who at age 60 don't have enough contributions to qualify for the pension, and they decided to, and they would have gotten a lump sum. Those people now have an additional 5 years in which they could continue to work and earn their additional contributions to be able to get the pension, right? So for them, it would make sense to work till 65 if they don't have the contributions at 60, because if they choose to apply at age 60, all they will get is a lump sum, which is a multiple of the total value of the contributions that they would have made, all right? So it benefits them. But if you have your 750 plus contributions at age 60, take the $2,500 pension. What I'm saying, you will need to have an alternative source of income, retirement income, to not only make up for the $500 that you will be forfeiting under NIS, but just to be able to survive. Because in 2036, 2040, 2050, the cost of living is going to be higher with inflation than what it was. Because those of you who were alive in in 1960 and 1970 and 1980, you all would know the cost of living then was much lower than what it is now. Whereas you could have survived on $3,000, you might have been considered to be, fairly well off, earning $3,000 in 1960, 1970, and 2025. You're considered a low wage earner, right? So 3,000 in 2025 is not 3,000 in 1960, and 3,000 in 2060 will not be 3,000 in 2025. All right, let me get this one here. 1 second, caller. Clay is saying the then opposition wanted to hear nothing about increased pension age, and they are quiet now. That is so true. I also would have touched on why is this thing not connecting. Kola, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to connect this thing here. Play the fool. That they're talking about the foreign reserves and where it is today. And I made the point in the budget document in talking about the decline in foreign reserves. Tanku decided to play smart with foolishness. And he referenced where the country's foreign reserves stood at the end of fiscal 2014. And I asked, why didn't you reference fiscal 2015? Because they would have been in government for most of fiscal 2015, which ended on the 30th of September. They were in office up until the 9th of September 2015. So the PNM was only in office for 21 days, 3 weeks in fiscal 2015. So why didn't they reference that? Discount the 3 weeks. And the reason why he didn't do it was because it would have shown, based on central bank figures, that the country's foreign reserves at the end of 2015 was more or less on par with what it was at the end of the financial, what it was when they came in office at the end of May of 2015. So when they came in office on the end of May 2010, the country's foreign reserves was 10,477 million. That is what the Manning administration left. When the UNC left office on the 7th of September 2015, the country's foreign reserves stood at 10,539,000, which means, 10,539 million, which means that the UNC only added about $95 million to the country's foreign reserves between May of 2010 and September of 2015. $95 million, less than 100 million US. So for the last 10 years, while they were crooning and patting themselves on the back and patting themselves on the chest and on the shoulder, talking about when Kamala left in 2015, the country's foreign reserves were 10 point something billion. I love the lie. The majority of the foreign reserves that Kamala left in 2015 was what she inherited from Patrick Manning in 2010. They only added 95 million. So rocks over that, taking credit for things that the PNM did. Ridiculous. Why is this thing? Caller, 1 sec. I don't know why this thing not connected. Because I did turn off this one. Let me make sure. Okay, that is off. 1 second. Let me try this again. There we go. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
All right, good. So I haven't called for a while.
Yes.
And after the election, I decided to take a holiday. So, but I realized a few weeks ago, and this is a quick side note, right? You're no longer on Facebook.
No, I'm not.
I didn't see you, right? And when I called your number 2 weeks straight, I've been calling, and I was getting your number not on service, even though other people calling. Today, I got your number is not valid.
Oh, Lord. I don't know what's going on there.
Right? So I don't know what is going on there. Right? You need to check. I think you're being sidelined all out.
Yes.
It's a definite battle. And that's why this morning I did send you a WhatsApp message explaining. And I said, if I didn't get through one way, I will try and get through on the WhatsApp. So I'm glad I did. Right?
Yes.
So just to settle that. 100% process. I have to jump into what I wasn't even going to talk about, but I have to. Prime Minister Kamala Prasad and her bunch of idiots clearly think that the entire country is as stupid as their supporters and the few delusional PNM people who voted for them. How can you tell me that you are going to give permanent jobs to 20,000 people? I listened to your list and I was like, really? For you to be permanently employed in the public service, you have to go through the commission, the Public Service Commission. That's the only way. Right? A lot of those things that she listed are public service jobs. And the DPA, which is the other name, is very clear. Unless they advertise, don't bother to send. Don't apply for nothing if you don't see it advertised. Right? And they've been complaining for years. They don't have the funds and all sorts of things. So are you telling me that somewhere in the allocation that I didn't hear, they allocated money to DPA so that they could start to hire people? Because before they hire people, there are a whole host of people who are waiting, who are in the service, who are waiting for jobs, who are trying to upgrade, right? You can't walk in off the street and be an accounting assistant. It doesn't happen that way, right? Or an auditor. It doesn't happen that way. Right? And then everything else, a lot of what you call, even the handyman that you highlighted and the watchman, those are public service posts. And the reason why we had contract posts was because they couldn't use the same terms and pay you the same money. It's a whole set of things that goes back 20 years when Patrick Manning, realizing that he couldn't get the job done in the public service because they were sticking. It could take you 10 years before they even call you. And the work has to get done, right? And he had a whole interview between 2002 and 2007, right, about procurement and what they were planning to do because they needed to have things done and they need contract people to do it, right? It's all documented. So the audience has to stop being lazy and start to read and not go with the nonsense that's being put out, right? They fired 40,000 people, a whole set of contract posts, and now coming to put it back in?
Yes.
How? You know, where's the money that's allocated to cover it? So that's just being smart but foolishness, right? The other thing is, in terms of NIB, when you fire 40,000 people, you impact on NIB because all 40,000 people were paying NIS and health surcharge. All might have been paying tax, okay, based on their money. We are sure that CPAP workers were not paying tax. But guess what? They have to pay NIS and health surcharge.
Correct.
So when you cavalierly just dismiss people, NIB was already under pressure. You put them under even more pressure. Right? And now to come to try to address it by telling me that people now have to work up to age 65 and they have to increase the amount of NIS that you're paying, which was always going to come. I understand that, right? But the way that it's being praised now makes no sense. And I am asking, because I'm not too bright, right? Isn't there some legislative change that has to take place for that to occur? Yeah. Because the last time I checked, public officers have to retire at age 60. So if the government is now changing it to 65, you're telling me that they're bringing some sort of legislation?
So they're not changing the retirement age to 65. What they're changing is the age at which you can qualify for the pension. Yes.
But that is forcing people. Yes, but that is also a way to force people to work.
Yes.
And if you're in the public service, if you're telling me you have to go at 60 still, you have to go at 60. And therefore that cuts the amount of NIS deductions that they will be getting.
Correct.
So you see, They're playing smart with foolishness. And we need to deal with that frontally. To be very clear what you're telling me. Because if I still have to work 60, then you need to give me all of my money.
Yes.
Because under the NIS legislation, 780 contributions.
750.
It entitles you to a full pension.
750.
Right. Full pension. Right? So if all you want to change that, then other things have to change. Right? I have no time for the foolishness. I have absolutely no time for the foolishness. Right? And that is what people need to be aware of here and stop being intellectually stupid. Okay? This has been around too long. Dr. Eric Williams, who understood what was happening, put this in place since 1971, and it's been running well. It has problems, you understand, but it was running quite well. These people are going to tank it. And when you look around the Caribbean, everybody is now opening up programs with national insurance for their people. You can look anywhere and you're seeing it happening. And they're telling you how it's going to work and everything.
Yes.
And we who had it, we who they're taking the pattern from trying to wreck it, in 2009, when Patrick Manning, because this has been around for a while, was having the discussion about raising the age, right? France was having the discussion, there was a whole thing going on. And these Trinidadian, these Trinbagonian people listen to these set of idiots and went in another direction when he was showing you NIS was under pressure, right? You didn't listen, you put them, and they started to touch NIS between 2013 and 2014. Actuaries were falling, and all of it is documented, right? Don't mind, as soon as they come out, power things disappear, right? You're seeing websites that no longer exist, information you can't find. It is ridiculous, right? We need to stop the game playing and become the mature adult that we should have been a long time ago. I don't have to agree with you. I don't even have to like you. But I need to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it and how it's going to benefit the collective. I might benefit, But if I can see how the country is growing, I will go along with it, right? And I am not seeing anything here, smoke and mirrors, and a set of old talk and nonsense that they've been doing for a while. So it has to stop. So now I'm going to jump into, I was really call it abuse here. I saw your contribution, it was a good contribution, right? However, you have to stop giving them sound bites. You did it again today. The sound bite thing not happening. At the end of the day, they're going to go back. Dominic Romain said, and they're going to be using it all out. Don't give them any. If you like something they did, all right, and move on. Right? This nice thing that the PNM has, it has to stop. You all are dealing with people who only know gutter and lower than the gutter. So be prepared to cover yourself and dip right up there with them and sort it out. Because guess what? A cohort of the population, that is all they understand. The intellectual thing, far above their head. So go down there with them, meet them where they are and keep moving. Okay, that is the only way it will get home.
Right.
Because I listen and I like to check. So I said, what's the price of gas out of curiosity? Because I know 2 or 3 years ago, Carl Ambrose had explained why he was pulling back. Right? And we pay the least amount for gas in the Caribbean. But the price of gas hasn't changed. It's $7.75. That is what they're paying for it. That is what the government pays. We don't pay that. Some people paying 13 US and all kind of thing. We don't pay that. So a few years ago when he started to draw back, he explained, we do not have money. And there are sorts of social things that needs to be attended to. Medication in the hospital, social security, but everybody wants. They want entry relief, this thing, that thing, all kind of thing. And they're going for the money, it has to come from somewhere. So the $2 billion that we are paying to subsidize your gas we will take that and put it to help in this. You can get all the medication that you get it for free in the hospital and you're wasting. Right? So, and that is, he said it. Right? So that the price has changed, but guess what? You know what has changed now? That the government is once more subsidizing. The $2 million has now disappeared from the social net that would have brought in medication and would have helped you in to get your old age pension, etc. And the government hasn't explained that. But they're jumping up. They're helping the people. Helping who? Helping who? Right? The vast majority of people are not getting any help there. Right? When you go in the hospital, if they tell you, no, you have to pay. Because some hospitals are a hot mess. They have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. Okay? So you have to buy. So, and that was before they decided to keep, to no longer pay $2 million. Right? So don't support them, blame. Okay? It might sound good on paper, but when you start to go down into the weeds, it makes absolutely no sense at all. Right? So I had a lot to say, but I said just sufficient. Right? I'm going to end here. You all did a good job. I hope you all should not have been surprised. I don't think you were surprised because last week in explaining about how you think they would play, how they would behave in Parliament, right? You said you hoped that they would let 3 people talk and then appear them talk, and right?
Yes.
But those are adult thoughts. You're dealing with children, right? So I was watching the debate and I tuned out at 9 to do something else, and I assumed that it had ended and was going to start back the next morning. When I heard you all were there at 2 o'clock, I said, really? 2 o'clock? How is that? And the speaker, who's special by himself, right? I would say very little about him, right? Common sense would have dictated for people who actually cared about the country that's watching, right? And about the officers, because you all are officers of state. You all are working for us, all of you, and you would need time. Some of you all left, went to the PNM meeting, because I tuned in and I watched part of that as well, right? And then you went back. So anybody who was responsible would have said, okay, since you all, we need to stop. It's 2 o'clock in any case. We'll resume at 12 and give everybody an opportunity to go and regroup. But that was not the intention. They don't care. They are going to ram everything through. But I want people to note that the only thing that can get paid this month is public officers' salaries. Nothing else can get paid. So, old age pension, anything else, until this is passed, you're looking at November, December, it's going to be late. Right? Because don't care how they run it, the week ends next week, and things have to be done in a specific way. It's not just as the PSA president seems to think, they sign the agreement at the end of October, let me say, and by December, her officers can get paid. I don't know where she crawled out of in Wassa. I don't know what school she attended to and what kind of common sense she had, right? Because it don't work so. Whatever agreement they have to produce the rate so that people can see the rates. We're talking about 2013 or 2014 to 2016, 2017 to 2019. Those are pay record cards and a whole set of things and worksheets that have to be sourced. Right? So that nonsense she's talking clearly tells me she doesn't have a brain cell. She doesn't even understand the people that she's representing. And all those union people sitting down in there that going along with that nonsense tells me where they are at. And it should tell the whole population. You have put a band of idiots who don't care. It's not that they don't know. Well, a lot of them don't know, right? But people like the Prime Minister, all of them who have been there for more than 10 years, do not care. They come in to thief, and then they are custom thieving, and then the PNM just go back and fix it. Right? Let me see how it worked this time. Because whenever they're going to thief, there's normally something there to thief. We were told that things are hard, this is why these measures are taking place. And with all of that was happening, people got paid. All through COVID, people were staying home. You had no work and you were getting paid. Officers who were mandated to come to work didn't turn up at work for various reasons and got paid without a problem. Where was the money coming from? Right? Ingratitude is worse than witchcraft. And there are too many ungrateful Trinidadians in this country and ungrateful Trinbagonians, right? And you have to burn to learn. There was a Sesame Street saying, I told you not to do it, but you did it again anyhow. Okay, the little boy who cried wolf. He cried wolf long time. We had a burn to learn. Okay? So on that note, before I digress some more, do have a good day. I don't know what will happen is when you all go to I forget the term, do the fine tuning.
Standing.
Expect to get nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Standing Finance Committee.
Yes. But ask the question anyhow.
We will.
Let them tell you, you don't need to know and all kind of thing. And you use that as all your soundbite. Okay?
Yes.
The social, this gentleman, Ms. Norberger,
yes,
needs to start working. They're too dormant. They are way too dormant. You have sufficient sound bites of these performing idiots to start to use and put it out there so that people would understand what is going on. Okay?
Yes.
So, have a good evening.
You too.
Okay? Stay good, stay blessed.
Thank you.
Goodbye. All righty. And I will send you some other things privately if you don't mind.
Sure.
All right. Bye.
Let me see here. So, Constance Hercules is saying let's see, where should I answer this? No, just let me see. Hello.
Hello, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Good day to you all. Nice. Dominic.
Yes, boss.
I called up your personal number because I want to put the next number up on the screen. Dominic, you got money?
Yes, boss.
Right. Dominic, you was making some points about CPEP. Right? And I hate to tell you, this about but the majority of what have been proposed by the government, and I was a former CPEP contractor, that would not work for those people. So most of those people don't. Dominic, when this program was created, just like URP, is for the people who
fall through the cracks.
Yes.
I want to use that term. You see, this what Mrs. Bissessa is proposing on our page will not work for CPEP workers in the majority.
No, that's what I said.
I'm not saying it won't have those who would not be able to access it. But in the majority, it would not work for them. I don't want to go into details. I want to have experience the last 5-6 years.
Right.
And I don't want to talk to embarrass nobody or to say anything, but literally it's for those that work was created, and I will understand it. And anybody who works CPEP or was a contractor who worked in St. Madeleine will understand it. That work was designed for people who fall through the cracks.
Right.
People who have not attained any kind of certificate in schooling, people, but use the imagination. Use the imagination. And CPEP was placed there, and programs like that to help people, even as a contractor.
the length you have to go just to get somebody to, some of the people, not all, a few of the people, to even get the data form organized properly. The census is Madeline. That's their challenge. I don't want to sound bad like I'm not saying anything bad about anybody, but I just wanted to read between the lines. Right? That's what she proposed there. Dominic, I don't see those people having that level of qualification. Most of those people having that level of qualification who I have dealt with to apply for those jobs. As you rightly said, it's people who have some of the certificates, who working maybe at KFC or some store in town, and they have the subject, and they will want to apply for those jobs. That is not for average people. I can't speak on ERP, I can't speak on diversity. Yes. But I guess it's the same thing. Right, Dominic?
Yes.
And that was just the point. First time I couldn't show what I was all dimensional.
Yes.
Right? So, now you first time I think I called it before. But anyhow, yeah, my wife showed I call it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't. My wife says she doesn't like to listen.
Yes.
You are a very educated person. Dominic, when you done there, I can go and debate with people.
Yes.
Yeah. Something like I went to university. Trust me, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're the rest of your position, especially your position leader. You did a fantastic job. I was meeting my boy, Christian, speak.
Yes.
Some of that time. You understand?
Yeah. Christian went deep. He went deep. Yeah.
I love to I've been listening to everything.
Yes.
So let me know. Go on if it's a marathon. So I'll leave next call and get you.
Yes, sir.
Dominic, go on.
Yeah, man.
I love to listening.
So Constance Abigail Hercules was asking if that's what's proposed, what about persons who qualify for more than the 3,000 minimum? So as I said, if you have more than, for every 25 contributions that you make in excess of the 750, you are entitled to increments, right? And of course, the amount of the increments will depend on which earnings class you are contributing to. Now, it's important to understand, NIB has 13 earnings classes, right? The people really who would be entitled to increments would be those who would have been contributing or would have made the majority of their contributions in the higher earnings class. The reason for that is that, so it's not everybody who earns more than 750 contributions would qualify for increments. And the reason is, what they look at is when you look at the quantum of the amount of money that the persons in the higher earnings class would have contributed to the fund, their contributions, they're 1/3, plus the employer's 2/3, and you look at the amount of money that they would have contributed. If that money was to have been invested in a private pension plan with an insurance company, they have to look at what pension would that person have gotten. So somebody who has been contributing at the highest earnings class and contributing over $500 a month to NIB for the majority of their working life, as opposed to somebody who might have been in the lower earnings class and who might have just been contributing $100 and something or $200 a month to NIB over the course of their working life. That person would not, for the $500 person, they would have accumulated quite a bit, maybe like a few $100,000 in total accumulation, right? So let's say their employer contribution plus theirs works out to $500,000-$600,000 contributed over their work life. If that money was invested with an insurance company, they would say, well, okay, what pension would this person have gotten? All right, which would be more than $3,000 a month. So we can't give the person $3,000 a month in NIB when if they had put this money in Guardian Life or Sagicor, they would have gotten $3,500 or $4,000. So we need to pay them what they would have gotten if the money went to a private pension plan. But for somebody who contributed at the lower earnings class, their $200 a month or whatever it is might just work out to $100 and something thousand, $200,000. That money in a private pension plan in an insurance company would have gotten them less than $1,500 a month, right? Because for $125,000, you would get like $725 to $750 a month as a pension in an annuity with an insurance company. So you would appreciate if you only contributed $300,000, you would not have qualified for $3,000 in a private company. But because the minimum pension is $3,000, you're actually getting more than what you would have gotten. So that's why you would not qualify for increments, even though you would have contributed more than $750, right? So it's really the people in the highest earnings classes who would qualify for the increments because of the quantum of the dollar amount that they would have contributed. There's one third plus what the employer would have contributed, right? But if you qualify for increments, what now obtains is that if at age 60, if you choose to take the pension at 60, so you would qualify for the minimum of $2,500 at 60, plus whatever increments you were entitled to. It just means that the figure that you would have gotten if your base pension was $3,000, it would now be cut by $500. So if you were going to get a pension of base $3,000 plus, let's say, another $1,500 in increments, $4,500, under the new system, you will only get $4,000. All right, because of the reduction by the $500. So you still get your increments. It just be your total figure will work out to less money, by $500 less than what you would have gotten under the current system. So I trust that explains it. All right, yeah. We see here. Winston is saying, why the PNM ministers don't like the Speaker of the House? Is it because you all cannot have your way? The last speaker used to let you all get away with murder. You know, Winston, when you all come here and talk rubbish, all right, you can only comment on what you see and what you read in the public domain. There's a lot that happens behind the scenes that we don't talk about. There's a lot that happens behind this. What you think you know all because of what you see on camera. There's plenty that happens behind the camera, off camera, that you don't know about, that we choose not to talk about. All right? Which is why, so when you say it's because we can't get, we don't have our way. If we submit 12 questions or 15 questions and the speaker approves 2 out of 15, what we supposed to, yeah, the speaker loves us, man. He just loves us. And when we don't get proper explanations as to why all of these questions were not rejected, and the speaker just say, well, I just don't find it qualifying. But then you have other staff, senior staff in the parliament who say, well, we don't understand why the speaker didn't allow this question, or we don't understand why the speaker didn't allow that question. What conclusion are we supposed to draw, Winston? So just understand, there's a lot of things that happens off camera that you don't know, that we don't bring to the public domain, and which is why we could say what we say. You don't know. So basically, you're talking from a place of ignorance because you're not aware. And further, this nonsense, you're talking about how Bridget used to let the PNM get away with stuff. Many times I have heard my colleagues who were in the last parliament say, Bridget would have never let we get away with this. And Bridget would have never let us get away with that. The things that ministers of government are allowed to get away with. When Stuart Chung made the statement, the comment, the hot mic statement about Zami and so on towards Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, even though he apologized, Bridget Anizet George came and spoke on the matter. And when she ruled on the matter, I talked about that here, and I found she went a little overboard, referring to Stuart's comments as reprehensible and the kind of words that she used. And I said, okay, you could reprimand the man, but you don't need to go down that road. And it's like, she looked for every word that she could have used. And based on what she said, imagine people like Anil Roberts did a whole doubles on coffee and that to talk about how Bridget Anizet George excoriated Stuart Young. He said, even the speaker took him to task, and she said this and she said that about it. And I came and I said, the speaker has given the UNC a soundbite for them to go and talk about how she rough up Stuart Young. Many times I would have seen Dr. Rowley get up to talk and thing, and Bridget Anizet George would have pulled up Dr. Rowley. The speaker refused to allow us, when it's Prime Minister's question time, refused to allow us to have supplemental questions because he's saying the standing orders will allow this, that, the other. But when the other parliament, when Bridget was there, Bridget used to allow the UNC to ask Dr. Rowley supplementary questions. And many times Dr. Rowley had to be getting up every minute. This one asking supplementary, that one asking supplementary. The speaker tell us we can't ask the prime minister any substitute. Ask the one question, and when she gives an answer, that is it. So if she gives an explanation that requires further questioning or further probing, we are not allowed to do so. So she gave an answer and that's it. But Dr. Rowley, Bridget used to allow the UNC to ask him all kinds of supplementary. So he gave an answer and then they allowed to ask him something based on what he said. And then he gave a second answer, they allowed to ask a third. But you're pretending as if these things did not happen. Bridget Anizet George, from where I sit, was one of the most balanced speakers. And I spoke to this last week. When the UNC would come and bring motions, urgent questions, and they want to bring this motion that is of urgent public importance, and they would always raise it under the wrong standing order because they knew the speaker would turn it down because it was raised under the wrong standing order. There's a reason why we have a standing order booklet in the Parliament that governs how we operate. So we are supposed to abide by these standing orders which the members of Parliament agreed to. So if you know you're supposed to raise this matter under standing order 16, why are you raising it under standing order 12? When you know the speaker will say it does not qualify under this standing order, please bring it back under the correct standing order, and they never would, because the intention was never to debate the issue. It was to get the exact outcome, which is the speaker would turn it down, even though it was an important issue, because it was raised under the wrong standing order. She could not allow it. And then they will go and tell the people, you see, we wanted to talk about COVID, or we wanted to talk about water, or we wanted to talk about electricity rates, and the speaker said that wasn't important, and she shut it down, when it was not their intention to debate. And this was told to me by senior members of the parliamentary staff, who said when these motions were raised and it was sent, they would have reviewed it, and they would have told the members of the opposition then, you are raising this matter under the wrong standing order, and the speaker will not allow it. You need to raise it under this standing order. And the UNC would tell them, no, go ahead and under that same standing order, because they know the outcome they wanted was for Bridget to shoot it down, so then they could run out and say that the PNM speaker is being biased and she doesn't want to discuss these issues. So don't come here with nonsense about this because we can't get our way. We understand who the speaker is, and we try to operate around that. You would appreciate that the speaker is new, and there's still a lot that he has to learn about how Parliament operates. Many times you will hear him refer to the clerk, and say, well, I am advised by the clerk who is far more learned than me, or who has far more experience in this than me, and this is what it happened on Saturday morning. When it is that the debate was wound up, and the speaker was saying, well, we're not prepared, because we weren't expecting the debate to come to such an abrupt end, and there are certain documentation that you need, and the government was insisting that we should move immediately into the Standing Finance Committee. And the speaker had to stand down the session for 10 minutes. The government didn't want that. And then the speaker said to them, well, look, based on what I'm being advised by the clerk here, who is far more experienced in this than me and far more experienced in this than many of us here, I am told that this is what we need to do, so. And he stood it down for 10 minutes. And when we came back, the staff said, look, there are certain documents that you need, which we do not have now. And to print all of these things now is going to take up time. We can't do it right now. So you need to suspend the committee until Tuesday morning, so that we could give us time to be able to organize all of the documents and so on. So I imagine the staff would have come to work yesterday, and they're probably going to come to work tomorrow to prepare all of these documents so that on Tuesday, when we come, we can begin. So ease us up now. Jeez, boy. Is the way you all try to defend this government is ridiculous. You all don't know what it is we go through when it is when we're not on camera, and even when you're on camera and off mic, the things that are said, that are thrown across the floor, you all don't hear. You don't know what we go through. The 12 of us who are in the house versus the 28 of them. And this talk, you all like to talk about, oh, you see them in Parliament and how they getting on, but behind closed doors, they knock in glass, and there is none of that. And the parliamentary staff could tell you that. There is none of that. That does not exist. Unfortunately, the relationship between the opposition and the government at times is so acrimonious that we pass on the corridor and pass each other straight. No morning, good evening, nothing. It's as if they're invisible and we are invisible to them. That is how it is. So don't believe for 1 minute people say that behind closed doors we are friends and rub shoulders. No, it doesn't happen. And if it does happen, it's extremely rare. And it's some of them who choose who they want to speak to. All right, so I just put in that out. Let me just take this last call here. Let me just switch back this thing. Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Dominic, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Good program.
Thank you.
And I explained to you how we're going to how to look at Parliament.
Yes.
I think you need to block that Mr. Winston Bassel because he just has bad as the time today. Right?
Yes.
Explain to you about what's going on behind the scene in Parliament. I see all that talk about UNC and PNM strength behind the scene. It is true what you're saying, that doesn't necessarily be the case.
Yeah.
And I see those bunch of characters you have right now in Parliament. Can I be chummy with them?
Yes.
At this point. Because look who represents the speaker. And then tell them. And people in this country, all the men and women of letters, not even raise their eyebrow about that.
Yes.
But if it was the PM who decided to elect that gentleman, the speaker, every time they can hire, even the gentleman who is doing the coffee and doubles program, that are running out on that speaker. Right? So it shows that certain people looking the other way around. So they're in a heading song. And I think that's what right now.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I just want to commend you guys for holding press conferences and your meetings. I think to say this is something that should have been done since when the PNM was in office, and you had a thing with the conversation with the Prime Minister. And something like that. Could should have helped you win that general election, in my opinion. If you had more interaction with the people and come out and put a policy and details, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to get so much to talk about, but I'm glad to cover most of the things with that budget.
Yep.
There's so much things wrong with that budget, and I still have people in this country saying that this budget is expensive size, right? People don't understand that in the next coming month for Christmas, prices going to skyrocket. People don't understand that thing with the pension. I know that something will be, I know something also with that pension, I know.
Yeah.
But I know contribution, I know. If this DMH people go over me, so they get $2,500. Or you understand that? By the time that money spent, because you have built the place. There's no cost to say. People don't understand that, Dominic.
Apparently not.
And I think the $20,000 will cost us. You know everybody who is on your pay how 5 checks passes. So then them a job in the portal, and that portal thing, that doesn't mean because if I could recall, if you put out some kind of portal for the natural river and things to advertise do those jobs. Correct? So what just talking about this job you have the advertising for the different jobs. Most of the people who can afford to apply for those jobs. And don't make you know, right? It is a common knowledge that there are certain people when they post jobs, right? It is protocol. But people already know companies, both public and private, they know who they are already. They already know who they are and they just advertise it because it's protocol. They already choose the people already. So I don't know what is this company about. When people advertise jobs, there is just inside the organization and find out if there's anybody who has any vacancy and do this first. People that do choose first. Right, correct, Dominic?
Yep.
So, those people who say vacancies and most of the times, those organizations already have their people already.
Yeah.
They just advertise because of protocol. And that's a subject. And Dominic, I see this thing going on between the US and Westfield. Are we copying in the middle? We are now exposed for the wrong way. And it's to the feel that they are expunged from this thing, they are caught up in the middle too. Dominic, it's a hard time, right? Just have to, right?
hypothetically, is it possible to explain to them hypothetically, God forbid, that one of the most countries, either the USA or they decide to occupy this country, right? What are the odds of a provision of, right? Let's say they remove, let's say the government is unable to function. What kind of government that will be set up? Will they actually opposition, will they form some kind of provisional government? Will they have the army or foreign powers decide to set up somebody here, like some kind of government general or some armed person to set up the government? How long they will take years for the company that they occupy the coalitions? You understand the people understand the ramification, how this thing operates.
Yeah.
Because apparently people don't understand how war that operates and how when a country occupy another, a foreign country occupy another country, that is have these types of governments and forces and such people. So can you explain to people hypothetically what is the outcome?
Yes.
Those different parties can be banned from a more. You see, people don't understand what's going on. This thing is very serious. And so she will tell you how the Nazis and them the conference or the European country, how they operate. And it was really nice at all. Brutality things. Even in the ancient empire, how the Assyrians and the Persians and the Greeks and the Romans, which are conquering nation, they were taking measures that was not at all. So if it is that they are trying to government, just tell people trying to do what is the worst case scenario, what we have to prepare for them.
Yes.
Okay, God forbid that a foreign power decides to occupy this country, and what do we expect? Because some people don't understand other things too. Rape and pillaging. So let us explain people now, because apparently certain people that come to people from America. I will assume we have one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that's it for calls there, folks, because it's already, Just to see, I'm seeing here. All right, I'll just take this last one quickly. Caller. Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has broken its silence on the U.S. military presence and lethal boat strikes in the Caribbean, signaling government support for the action, which is believed to have killed at least 2 Trinidadian fishermen. In a release on Sunday, the ministry said it wished to categorically express its support for the U.S. military intervention in the region. By Sunday evening, the known number of deaths as a result of 7 U.S. strikes had reached 32. The ministry said the U.S. operations were aimed at combating narco and human trafficking and transnational crime, which it says would make the region a true zone of peace. So I think we would have seen there's a clip going around where Mr. Trump would have been interviewed and he was asked about a video in which Mr. Maduro would have spoken, I think, in English, in which he would have, they claimed that he made several offers to Mr. Trump, offers to give the U.S. access to the country's oil and gas reserves and gold and so on, and it was rejected by Mr. Trump. And he said, I saw the clip, he said, yes, Mr. Maduro offered quite a lot. And you know why he did? Because he doesn't want to F around with the United States of America. I don't know how many of you have seen the clip, but those were Mr. Trump's words. Yes, Mr. Maduro offered him everything. And the reason why he did it is because he doesn't want to F around with the United States. All right? And so now with the announcement that Mr. Trump has authorized CIA covert operations on land, and he said now that they've achieved a certain degree of success on the sea, they would now be looking to begin land incursions. Okay? And so because Mr. Maduro has been unable to negotiate, come to the negotiating table with the US, because it seems they're not interested in anything that he has to say. It was reported that he will not be spending Christmas in Venezuela or the Miraflores Palace. I don't know where he's going to go, but it seems this is more than just the narco trafficking boats. Again, this is what was reported, this is what I read. Mr. Maduro would have offered to step down in 3 years' time and have his Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, take over to serve the next 3 years. That too was rejected by the US. And in those circumstances, some £13 million persons who have been mobilized for the Venezuelan armed forces, right? So we'll see what happens, if there's going to be conflict or otherwise. But there's cause for concern. Right, I see. I just I think still someone was just saying, Jennifer Ferron, my condolences to you on the passing of your significant other. I see someone put in the chat here. Your significant other passed, so my condolences to you and your family. Yes, there it is, right. Jennifer Ferron's husband passed on Friday morning, sending condolences on her loss. Yes, sincerest condolences to you, Jennifer. I know you are one of our regular listeners in your time of grief from all of us here at Facts Are Stubborn Things. What is my opinion on government of TNT expressing strong support for ongoing monetary? My position is we endorse a zone of peace. We believe that the Caribbean region has always been a zone of peace. Trinidad and Tobago is too close to Venezuela, and the kind of heavy artillery that we see coming our way from the United States and what Venezuela is organizing, if this should get to the point of armed conflict, it is not going to end well. My concern, of course, is that the civilian casualties, the potential civilian casualties that could happen if there is conflict, serious, significant conflict. The fact that the U.S. Embassy would have put out a release warning their citizens and U.S. personnel from to stay away from certain U.S. installations suggests that their intelligence may have, well, suggested that U.S. owned buildings in Trinidad and Tobago might be at risk. And if it suggests that, then it means that citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are within close proximity to these buildings, if something were to happen, whatever threat the U.S. is trying to save their people from, if there were to be an attack on these buildings, it affects, because they want U.S. citizens, not Trinidad citizens, to stay away. It's U.S. citizens. So there should have been a general notice that should have been sent out to all of Trinidad and Tobago, well, Trinidad, so that persons would know who may be in close proximity to these buildings to stay away from them. Because I don't think you need to necessarily to be in the building, depending on whatever threats may happen. So I am concerned about that, because what that release suggests is there is a real possibility that the action would not only be between U.S. artillery or U.S. assets in the sea and Venezuela. It means that there is the possibility for attacks taking place in Trinidad itself, and we are no part of this conflict. And I think the fact that our government continues to double down and triple down on the rhetoric could only serve to annoy Venezuelan authorities. Because Venezuelan authorities have already stated that if we allow the U.S. to launch any attack from within our borders, that they will respond. I am concerned that Venezuelans concerned about an attack and being injured or loss of life in that attack may now decide to try and see if they could run to Trinidad for cover before anything happens, which means that we could now see again a flood of Venezuelans coming into the country, anticipating possible conflict and not wanting to lose their lives, could be seeking to come here as well as go to other areas as well. But what that U.S. press release from the embassy, what it suggests is that things could happen in Trinidad. So why we think, yeah, well, 7 miles, are we kind of safe, and so on? It's not, the concern is no longer that missiles could come from Venezuela to hit us. The concern here from that release is that things could originate in Trinidad itself, on buildings and other assets that belongs to the United States of America. So that is my position, Winston. I am concerned. We have the US Embassy that is just around the Savannah, that is right on the main road. So you could be driving around the Savannah, going your way, passing in front of by Marley Street or driving along Marley Street, and whatever concerns the US Embassy has about the safety of these buildings, we innocent citizens could be caught up in that. Just driving within the vicinity. So anyway, Atomic says Sean Sobers doesn't make sense in foreign affairs. He doesn't. And they accuse the last administration of putting square pegs in round holes. I have no idea what Sobers' background is in. I know he's an attorney at law, but I don't think he has any expertise in foreign affairs. But you just put people in position just because, and you say they will learn the work. Because really it's the PS and the technocrats in the ministry who do the bulk work, and the minister really is just a figurehead to articulate cabinet policy. So you could just put anybody. Because Mr. Manning once said, all you need to be a politician, I think, is as a level head and common sense. So Lawrence Silvers is saying casualties is only part. Container ships will not want to land here. That causes food shortages. The ones that land will carry higher shipping costs and add doubling of container fees by Tanku. Well said, Lawrence. Well said. Right. So, folks, thank you all again. Now, this is my opinion, Winsor. All right, this is on my views. The views expressed by me is not the views of the PNM Parliamentary Caucus or the People's National Movement. All right, when we need to make official statements on any position, we put it out officially from the office of the leader of the opposition or the People's National Movement. This is my personal view. I'm just making that pellucid. Anon is saying yachts would not venture to shelter in our Gulf with their usual business. Again, very true. Helen Faria Trotman says octagon pegs and triangle holes. Thank you guys so much. We will chat again soon. I would encourage you to tune into the Parliament channel on Tuesday and for the rest of next week into Saturday as we go through the Standing Finance Committee stage of the budget. And we will be asking questions. I think we would have gotten the schedule as to which ministries we will be dealing with first. Let's see if I get this here. So let's see if I get this here. I like shipping this up. Yes, I know the chief whip sent it out earlier. Let's see if I get it. Too many chats. Okay, I'm not seeing, but I think from what I would have seen, it is the Ministry of Khadija means ministry, the Ministry of Local Government, I think Ministry of Education, a couple others, but I know I had it, I saw it earlier, but not seeing it now. Yeah, but tune in to the Parliament channel. Here it is. Right, so Ministry of the People and Social Development is the first ministry we will be interrogating, followed by the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, followed by Ministry of Sports, Ministry of Education. Oh, it's going to be a long day. Ministry of Tertiary Education, Ministry of Justice, Public Service Appeal Board, Statutory Authority Service Commission, and the Environmental Commission is the last one. Day 2, Ministry of Public Utilities, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Ministry of Homeland Security, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism, Ministry of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprises, Personnel Department, Elections and Boundaries Commission, the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board. So I'm going to be having some long nights going through these big yellow books with ruler and highlighter to ask questions. Thank you so much, Winston. Yes, I will walk with my Panadol, Alcalado and Limacol. I'm going to need all of that. And I don't drink alcohol, so I can't walk with any. So enjoy the rest of your Sunday, folks. Tomorrow, of course, being a holiday, so you can relax, enjoy it, whatever it is you're doing. If you intend to, if you have friends who are of the Hindu faith, and you will be participating of the delicacies and so on, or the lighting and so on, remember to exercise caution. There's a jungle out there. All right, so we want you all back safe. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And that's it for me today.